portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हम बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Have to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and Green.
और इसका एक बार उसका खोल दो
has to be mentioned is
ऑडियो
that
जूम
IIFL Home Finance
हाँ टीम्स का वो
also
चेक कर रहे हैं ना
has
सर
an impressive track record
हाँ
of
लैपटॉप का
achieving
ऑडियो
and
खोल दो
perfecting
देखो
their systems to lend, give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is
कर रहा हूँ मैं एक मिनट में हेलो सर आ रही है आवाज़
build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company
हेलो
to take on the mission
हेलो
of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues.
हेलो
But IIFL
हेलो
Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events
हेलो
regularly across India.
सर ऑडियो जा तो रही है
Stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem.
हेलो हेलो सर आपका इंटरनेट नहीं होगा या तो सही जा रहा है हेलो ऑडियो ही नहीं आ रहा इसमें तो जा रहा है सर हेलो हाँ हाँ सर अनम्यूट है सर जा रहा है ये देखो हेलो 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 भाई ये बंद किया क्या आपने लैपटॉप का अभी तो जा रहा था हाँ हाँ लैपटॉप का हेलो हेलो
To support
जा
it
रहा
as
है
a joint
अब खुला है
initiative.
हैंड माइक क्यों नहीं जा रहा हेलो 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 आ रहा है ठीक है सर सर आप बोलिए एक बार माइक ना वहाँ से एक इसका भी खोल देना वापस में थोड़ा सिंग से हेलो हेलो
हेलो मेरा स्पीकर पे आवाज आ रहा है
अभी इस लैपटॉप को ऑन कर दो
मेरा स्पीकर पे आवाज टेस्ट करो
थोड़ा बढ़ाओ नंदन इसका लैपटॉप
हेलो
थोड़ा वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ
हेलो हेलो
और वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ
पे आवाज आ रहा है क्या हेलो
भाई बहुत कम है
सिस्टम की देखो ना सिस्टम से देखो हेलो
फुल है सर हेलो
मेरा स्पीकर पे आवाज आ रहा है
हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो 1 2 उस पे देखो इस पे देखो इस पे बढ़ाओ
फुल है सर यहाँ पे
हेलो हेलो एडवांस सेटिंग पे जाओ हेलो
किसकी
मेरा स्पीकर पे आवाज आ रहा है हेलो हेलो स्पीकर पे आ रही है आवाज हेलो हेलो
सर बैकड्रॉप क्या हाँ टीवी में तो 6 MB का बैकड्रॉप है वो इसे हैवी है ना बहुत
हेलो
रेगुलेशन सर वो बहुत हैवी है एक वो रेगुलेशन का था सब
आ रही है? हाँ वो ठीक करेगा ना. हेलो हेलो, बहुत स्लो आ रही है.
हेलो चेक. हेलो चेक. हाँ अब बढ़ा दिया ना. जाओ.
हेलो. हेलो. 1 2 चेक.
हेलो चेक.
चेक चेक. मेरे को स्क्रीन पे भी दिखा. मेरा फीड स्क्रीन पे भी दिखा.
स्क्रीन पे नहीं.
वो जूम वाली स्क्रीन पे दिखा ना.
Used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from the, from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
इसको जूम स्क्रीन पे डालना पैनल पे.
First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Have to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of this support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Have to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
It was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
It was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of this support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हम बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Have to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Have to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available, about 4 years back. And that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB, I would say. That was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Have to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and heartfelt welcome joining us for this insightful event India and Green Affordable Housing, dedicated to the exploration of green and affordable housing. It's truly an honor to have such a distinguished gathering of professionals, experts, and enthusiasts here today. My name is Ankita Bokhard, and I'll be your MC for the day. As we embark on this journey of knowledge sharing and collaborative discourse, your presence adds immense value to the collective wisdom we aim to cultivate. Together, let's delve into the intricate facets of sustainable housing, profitability, and innovative financing models that promise to shape the future of our living spaces. Your active participation is the heartbeat to this event, and we encourage you to engage, question, and contribute to the vibrant conversations that lie ahead of us. Thank you for being a vital part of this transformative dialogue. Let's make this day a catalyst for positive change in the landscape of green and affordable housing. Enjoy the sessions. To begin our deliberations today, I would like to invite Mr. Hui Yun Zhong, Deputy Country Director, Asian Development Bank, to share his welcome remark with us. I would also like to invite Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and CEO, IIFL Home Finance Limited, to facilitate Mr. Zhong. Please. Mr. Hui Yun Zhong, a national of the Republic of Korea, holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of Washington, USA, and a bachelor's degree in economics from Seoul National University. He has more than 23 years of experience, including 12 years in ADB. He joined ADB in July 2009 as an economist in the former Office of Regional Economic Integration. He moved to SAARC in August 14 as senior economist for regional cooperation and was promoted to principal economist in December 2016. He transferred to India Resident Mission in December 2018 as principal country specialist and has supported INRM's management in achieving record annual commitment. He currently works as Deputy Country Director in the INRM. He assists the country director in planning and implementing INRM's operations in line with evolving development needs and priorities, while closely coordinating its processing with sector divisions and India's Department of Economic Affairs. He also supports knowledge operations with focus on alignment of program with corporate, strategic, and thematic priorities. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first welcome you all to this conference today. ADB is privileged in hosting this event, which concludes 2 years of our technical assistance activities aimed at building a green affordable housing ecosystem in India. At the outset, this has been made possible through our partnership with the IIFL Home Finance Limited and the crucial support of the Urban Climate Change Resilience Trust Fund, backed by the UK and Swiss governments and the Rockefeller Foundation. So let me convey our appreciation for their strong commitment to this initiative. I also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and CEO of IIFL Home Finance Limited. Housing is essential in modern society, providing shelter, privacy, basic dignity, and other well-being needs. India's urban centers face a shortage of 26 million units, and 90% of which is for affordable housing. So the government of India has stepped up with the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana since 2015, directly tackling this pressing issue. However, it is critical to address the housing shortage without further harming the environment. Buildings contribute an average 39% of carbon emissions, and reducing these emissions is essential for India to realize its net zero transition by 2070. Despite the urgency, public awareness for sustainable construction practices and green residential mortgages remains low. To fill this gap, ADB, through this technical assistance, has been engaging in policy dialogues with key stakeholders over the past 2 years. Beyond the dialogue, ADB has significantly expanded its lending to the affordable housing sector and urban infrastructure sectors, with investments totaling $4.1 billion in the last 2 years across sovereign and non-sovereign operations. For one, ADB approved 2 policy-based loans totaling $750 million to support the government's efforts in accelerating universal access to piped water, sanitation, and affordable housing in line with the PMAY program. For another, ADB approved a $150 million loan to support the minimal carbon footprint housing development across Tamil Nadu and relocate at-risk slum households to safer locations. Additionally, ADB is backing the Tamil Nadu Shelter Fund to catalyze private sector investment into viable housing projects. As part of the private sector operation, on the other hand, we are providing IIFL Home Finance with a $58 million loan alongside a $10 million concessional loan from the Canadian Climate Fund for the private sector in Asia to help women secure affordable and sustainable homes. We are also in partnership with the Shoppers Palonge and Company in developing a portfolio of affordable housing projects across India. So today's event intends to celebrate 2 years of dedicated effort from IIFL Home Finance and the experts involved in leading research, innovation, and capacity building activities across the nation. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the teams from the Center for Advanced Research in Building Science and Energy and CEPT Research and Development Foundation. I hope today's event will enable us to share innovative and valuable insights on green affordable housing, benefiting a diverse group of stakeholders. So let me conclude by wishing you a successful and insightful event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for extending that warm welcome to our audience, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and CEO, IIFL Home Finance Limited, to share a few words of welcome. Mr. Monu Ratra has been leading affordable housing loans with a focus on digital innovation. With an experience of over 24 years in financial services, he has been previously associated with HFCs Limited, ICICI Bank, and India Bulls Housing Finance. He has been instrumental in achieving substantial growth in the company's retail portfolio, emphasizing on affordable housing loans. Committed to transforming the company into a fintech, green affordable housing finance provider, emphasizing financial and social impact, he vehemently advocates for ethical organizational culture, believing that it is pivotal for business success, along with a strong focus on customer-centric tech transformation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ankita. Firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Ho Yung Jong for being here. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and on the concluding session of this. And I would also like to welcome Mr. Ashok Lal. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Mahua Mukherjee, our independent director and our inspiration on this cause. Ms. Neha Kumar, thank you so much for being an inspiration right to the start of our journey. Sejal Patel as well from CEPT, thank you so much. And other ADB delegates, and also would like to thank Gravity also for being a very active participant of this. So this technical assistance for us was a first of its kind experience, and it's been a great journey for us. We were on our own. We started this about 5 years back in a very, I would say, in an unstructured manner, and it was a kind of a start which we didn't know how we're going to progress on this, but I think logically we kept on progressing ourselves on this journey. And I think what this ADB assistance has done to us is formalize that journey into a more, into a manner which can be replicated further. And as one of the delegates I was talking just before this session, he mentioned that we should not allow this learning to go waste, and it should get rolled over and catalyzed much further. I think that's the fear of such engagements, wherein there's a energy level which comes in and then it's lost. But I can assure everybody here that we not let this learning go waste, and we would try to take it far and wide and create a repository of sorts which is there. I think we are living in times where we have to, all of us, go beyond our scope of work or the scope of responsibility all of us are assigned for. I think it's happening in general in humanity, and for this cause, it is much more. If you think you are a financial institution and you wait for others to make a difference, to set the ecosystem for you, and then you will start financing, not possible. If you are a DFI and you think that, okay, let us get some ideal suitors for us to fund this, only then we'll start funding, it's not going to work. Even if it's an educational institution, if they feel we teach everything in the college, but no practicality of it, it's not going to work. So I think we are living in times where all of us have to go beyond our scope of responsibility given to us, only then this change is going to be brought about. And I think although in this room there are very few people, but I think whenever you have something which is a bit radical and it's a bit tough, you always have fewer people before everybody else joins in, and hopefully we'll see that happening in the due course. I think India is at a cusp of a time when we can really make a lot of difference on a lot of attributes and things. And India being the largest, I would say, country in the world now with the largest population, I'm sure we are already there in that number. So just imagine if India can set right their climate goals, how much impact it will have to the entire world, not just India. So we are in that position of making impact, number one. Number two, I think how our economy is faring and how the growth engine is on the move, we couldn't have asked for a better time to happen. Because a lot of times you might have the need, but you don't have the environment or the resources to make it happen. And the willingness not being there. But I'm sure there's a lot of willingness and a lot of efforts being taken, which I'm sure Neha Kumar can talk more about it. What's the government trying to do? They're trying to set the ecosystem right. So I think from every facet of it, India's time is just right for India and for the rest of the world. That's what I really feel. And the other aspect of affordable housing, we see that still it's a huge deficit problem, and I think one of the big causes of worry is implementation, right? So we all know that there is a demand, we all know there is a need, but are there implementing partners of scale today? This we still don't have, those implementing partners of scale. That's the problem. Whether we are just one housing finance company with over nearly about $4 billion of AUM, but is this enough? No. Maybe we need some 20 such companies to make it happen. So execution and implementation is such a big issue in this subject. Even if you know academically in the classroom that what needs to be done, but who goes out there gets it done. So I think that's the gap which we are seeing. And I think for all of us sitting in this room and elsewhere, we need to make that ease of implementation to happen. And that ease of implementation, I think for this cause is on 3 aspects, which is there, which is obviously, which covered this TA as well, which was promotion and propagation of people to be sensitive about, enough people to know this subject and implement, so capacity building came into being. And thirdly, what are the new innovations which need to happen to make this journey much more efficient, right? So which was research and innovation part to it. And the 4th element, which I find is very, very important is there a green finance ecosystem today to really help this whole thing to move? We cannot disagree from the fact that anything radical you want to get done has to have a financial upside for anybody to do. I'm sure Tesla won't be producing the kind of cars it's producing unless it makes the profits it's making, right? And innovation will only happen because there's a commercial upside to it. I was just reading yesterday that Toyota is saying that we're coming up with a battery which will run for 1,200 kilometers, first of its kind, just one charge and 1,200 kilometers. It'll charge in 14 minutes, right? So innovation is happening driven by a commercial outcome of it, which will really bring in this whole thing. I think that shift has to happen. And I definitely feel the research and innovation side on this subject in our country is very, very low. Is still very, very low. And to find right answers to cost optimization of implementing these things, because as a financial institution, we can just put together an idea and Ashok Lal sir can say, this is the design, these are the materials you need to use, you will get this saving. But what about that materials cost to come down? What about the capabilities to be brought in, simplified to do that? So I think that's a complex issue which needs to be solved if you want to solve the climate issue. So we need to go, this is the phase 2 of, I think, the climate issue which we all need to address, along with the policy template to be formalized. And I think on all these parts, on all these facets, at IIFL Home Finance, we have been always slightly, I would say, ahead of the curve to do this in taking up challenges which are slightly offbeat. So similarly, the kind of liabilities which we have raised in the recent past, like from ADB, was very specific to developer financing for a green construction finance or otherwise social causes. Another DFI has funded us. They want us to focus purely on self-construction, sustainable homes, very complicated because these are just 3, 4, 5 lakhs loans, and you want them to create homes which will fit into the pre-approved template for being sustainable homes. So we have taken up always more challenging scenarios, and hopefully while we learn from them, we templatize and we show to the rest of the world what you can do and just pick up a template and take it forward. So we will continue that journey very, very aggressively, and this technical assistance has been a great, great learning for a lot of us in this room, and I'm sure we will not let it die, and we would transform this facet of this learning onto into a platform, an online platform, which we will further use to propagate this to far and wide. So we will put all our resources and our intent to keep this alive and booming. I think that is there. And it's great to see that ADB's contribution, and Mr. Jung was just telling me that very recently there's been another approval of, sorry if I'm right, it was $500 billion, right, for India? Yeah, I think that was the number. So, which is on the climate change. So it also encourages us to see how much more money is available today, provided there are enough good suitors to pick it up. So which we'll ensure we'll do. And lastly, I would also like to thank CEPT once again and Gravity. And I think a lot of people from IIFL who've worked on this quite continuously, and with special mention of Ravi, Santosh, Madhvi and team to cover all these 3 facets pretty well. It was a new thing to for all of us, and hope to do many more such TAs and technical assistance. But we will take it forward from what these technical assistants gave us, and hopefully we can make this earth a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for extending that warm welcome and the insights from the project. To begin with the exciting deliberations for the day, I would now like to invite the panelists for our first session, Green Housing is Profitable and Affordable, Current Policy and Reforms. First off, I would like to invite the moderator for the session, Dr. Sejal Patel, Professor and Program Chair, Masters of Urban Housing at CEPT University. I would also like to invite Mr. Ajay Jaiswal, Chief Operating Officer Compliance, IIFL Home Finance Limited, to felicitate Dr. Patel. Dr. Sejal Patel is Professor and Program Chair, Master of Urban Housing and Head International Office, CEPT University, With more than 25 years of experience, she has engaged in professional practice, research, academics in housing policy and projects, participatory urban governance, and urban planning and legislation. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would also like to request Dr. Patel to felicitate our panelists as I introduce and welcome them on the dais. Ms. Neha Kumar, Head, South Asia Program, Climate Bonds Initiative. Ms. Neha Kumar is the Head of South Asia Program, Climate Bonds Initiative, and is based in Delhi. She drives policy, strategy, and partner programs to scale up the green bond market and sustainable financial ecosystem. Her efforts are targeted at building policy mechanisms, market infrastructure, and capacities to accelerate financing for green, just, and resilient transitions. She has also served for the Ministry of Finance Working Group on the Sustainable Finance Taxonomy Development and International ESG standard-setting bodies. She has nearly 2 decades of experience in public policy, regulation, and industry action on sustainability, responsible financing, and environmental and socio-political risk management for investments. She is trained in international diplomacy, politics, and science, and holds M. Philosophy from Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. She is also a senior research fellow with the ODI. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Shaunak Rai, Business Development Lead, International Finance Corporation. Mr. Shaunak Rai, an alumnus of IIM Kozhikode, is Business Development Lead, South Asia Green Building Program with IFC. With over 2 decades of extensive experience in addressing transformative challenge, Shaunak supports the Green Building Program, aims to aid in development of the green building sector through regulations, voluntary standards, capacity building, and investment opportunities. As a representative of IFC, he focuses on promoting adoption and implementation of IFC's various initiatives in the Green Building Program, such as EDGE certification for projects across asset classes. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Pradeep Ramakrishnan, General Manager, Department of Debt and Hybrid Securities at Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. Mr. Pradeep Ramakrishnan is a graduate in commerce and a qualified company secretary. He worked in the secretarial department of Madras Fertilizers Limited, Chennai during 1999 and 2000, and as company secretary of Kothari Petrochemicals Limited, Chennai, a listed company during 2000 to 2002. He joined SEBI in February 2002 at head office Mumbai. Initially starting off with the primary market development, he worked at South Regional Office from SEBI from 2008 to 15, after which he commenced his second stint at the head office. He was working in the Corporation Finance Department at SEBI in charge of issue, listing, corporate governance, BRSR, ESG, compliance and monitoring functions from 2015 to 2020. He presently handles issues and listing of corporate bonds at the Department of Debt and Hybrid Securities, handling corporate bonds, green finance, and municipal bonds. Welcome, sir.
So, of course, why affordable, green, and gender inclusion in housing, we are familiar with that. And if we as India want to meet with our SDG 11 targets and NDCs, and also the world is to gear towards meeting that, this 3 is the focus area. And probably this is the only technical assistant currently which is focusing on these 3, on the convergence of these 3 complex sector. Problem and issues are about taxonomy. As you can see, affordable housing is a big spectrum covering, if you look at even the policy sort of instruments, PMAY focuses on families of EWS and LIG, but the Ministry of Finance instruments like ATIBA, GST, ECB and priority sector lending would focus on MIG1, MIG2 with family incomes of up to 12. And so the taxonomy itself is wide and the spectrum of coverage is wide in affordable housing. If we take this also into green habitats, the spectrum is pretty wide again. As we move from adaptation to mitigation and adaptation, there are various sort of policy instruments and taxonomy, starting with thermal comfort at an individual household level to thermal comfort plus, which is energy efficiency, for which we have EC and Econivas Samhita. And then we have the market instruments of green buildings, which is energy efficiency and thermal comfort plus, with focus also additional focus on water conservation and the indoor air quality and also materials. So, and for which there are again a set of market initiatives by IGBC, GRIHA, EDGE, LEEDS and others. And the way the development control regulations at the state are also recognizing and acknowledging them and incentivizing such rated buildings. And then of course, you also have climate resilience plan and state action plan. So the focus again in this taxonomy, the focus is largely on the green part of it, which is beyond energy efficiency and beyond thermal comfort in this particular research. And this is what is the overall landscape. It straddles, as you can see, 6 ministries, 2 ministries focusing, Ministry of Housing and Ministry of Finance, on mainly subsidy-based and incentive-based housing. And then 3 ministries, Ministry of Power, MOEF and the MNRE focusing on the green habitats. And then you have Ministry of Women and Family Welfare focusing on women along with Ministry of Housing. So straddle 6 ministries, national level, state level, their counterpart departments, and then also local bodies. So multi-scalar, multi-institutional and fragmented policy landscape in which this very complex but very, very relevant initiative of green affordable housing for women is being delivered. And it is really mind-boggling, and this research really was needed through this technical assistance for a local supply mechanism to understand what is happening on ground and how to make their way through these complex mechanisms. But the good news is if they decode it, then they can make green and affordable housing projects viable and profitable, is what we have found through our research. And I think that is what is the effort here, to decode that. And this is how policy can converge. At the local level, the supply mechanisms need to tailor make the product design, size and mix and their pricing to respond to the various policy instruments, including ATIBA, GST, CB, priority sector lending, as well as on the supply side of it, if they also want to avail for their consumers CLSS under PMAY. All of that can be done, and it can actually bring in much more affordability to the consumer as well as supply mechanisms by very intelligently sort of traversing the way through the policy landscape. And this is viable, is what we have found. 5 points or propositions that we make. First, it is viable provided that the local supply mechanisms know how to make their way through the entire landscape and design the products, the product size and the product mix accordingly. But this is more for supplier provided group housing is what group housing that we are talking about. That's the point number one. The point number two is most states DCRs now are actually mandating green building elements. And if you see, along with the DCR approvals and the EC guidelines, most of the states we found a green and affordable housing project will meet a score of 48 to 51, which is an IGBC rating of silver. But they will still not go for this rating. And the question on the rating system is a separate question. I think another panel is already looking at it. They will not go for it, and the nudge will happen depending on the incentives in the DCR for that rating system. And that tipping is happening in Haryana much more because of the 9% additional FAR than it is happening in other states. So that's the point number two. The third point we found through our research is there is a complete policy vacuum to ensure the sustenance of the green buildings which are rated, and once they are conveyed to the Resident Welfare Association. So the life cycle benefits are not often achieved, are not often realized because of certain things and certain reasons. And so what could be done? And the three sort of RERA, Housing Societies Act, and also what could be done within the rating system to allow this to be realized. The fourth point is women home ownership. There has been quite a lot of increase in women home ownership after PMAY because of the joint and or the sole ownership of women in all the housing which has been produced. But along with that also there is a gender inclusion through stamp duty and registration fees which are subsidized in almost 12 states for women. So I think that has also improved the women home ownership. But what more can be done to scale this up? Can we think of rent-to-own options? Can we think of new kind of credit sort of rating system for women to improve their access to finance and eventually for home for their ownership? And last but not the least, there is a vacuum while we are talking about essentially group housing provided by the for the low income group or even EWS by the private sector. There is a big vacuum on self-built housing provided by the, built by the urban poor for themselves, which constitutes almost 80 to 90% of the housing in the bottom of the pyramid. And for that, there are certain initiatives like the Cool Roof program, or as Mr. Ratra mentioned now, the new sort of initiative of self-built housing that they are looking at. And what could be the hand-holding that can be given to those consumers, and what could be other programs, and how can they be scaled up to focus on this? So these are some of the areas and concerns which have emerged. I will not go into the details of this, and I think with that as a larger sort of context in which we have understood the policy landscape, I would like to initiate the discussion. With Madam Neha, I think I would like to first talk about the landscape for the green landing in India, and where do you see this? Of course, we hear from your, I think, climate, the climate bond, I think, report that India stands 20th in the world in terms of the size of the green climate bonds. But where do you see this at this point, and how do you see this being scaled up? And also climate bond may focus on all aspects including infrastructure, so where how much of the focus is also specifically on the green buildings and green habitats?
Thank you, Sejal, and first of all, congratulations on a very deep study. I think all of these findings are very relevant, and all of these need attention. And also thank you for the opportunity for being here. Monu, what you have created in the last couple of years is a family of stakeholders which will keep on coming back and to take it further. So I'm very, very happy that this technical assistance provided the platform, but also beyond that, it is the leadership and vision of IIFL, home loans, that actually put everything together, and formalizing, of course, takes its own time. So this is not a room with a few people, this is a room with committed people. With that, and also on the stage, I'm just coming from Chennai, from the IGBC conference. And so there also green buildings and residential buildings was a topic of discussion. Sejal, if you allow me, the time is very short. I don't know how many rounds of questions we would take. I would respond to your question at 3 levels. One is, you mentioned resilience. When I wanted to talk about the policy ecosystem from 2 points of view. One is the climate risk point of view, and second is the sustainable finance, the opportunity point of view. Where is the money coming from or can come from, and what holds back the money? The second part of is the cross-cutting nature, the cross-cutting initiatives on capacity building, technical assistance, which are absolutely required across the value chain. So there is, I really want to emphasize that point, given that there are institutions on this stage which also get engaged in technical assistance, including climate bonds. Third perspective that I just wanted to bring forth is the role of certain institutions which somehow can be repurposed or can be more directed and targeted they are working a lot, but I just wanted to highlight the role of 2 institutions, which is the National Housing Bank and NAPFID. NAPFID is the Infrastructure Development Bank of India. It looks over national infrastructure pipeline, of which housing is a very, very key sector. So quickly moving on to on climate risk, and why I mentioned that is that as part of ecosystem developments, the regulators, SEBI is here, they will talk about capital markets, but the regulator which looks at the financial institutions has actually put its intent forward, and the direction of travel is very, very clear. They are looking at risks emanating from physical aspects of climate change, physical impacts, as well as from very rapid changes coming from consumer behavior, policy changes, technology changes. And buildings is a sector which they are looking at from the point of view of not only physical risks, but also from the greening of the building sector, carbon saving measures, etc. So from decarbonization as well as resilience. Now what will happen when these things start converting themselves into disclosure norms and guidance from Reserve Bank of India is that the banking sector will start looking at its portfolio and where it lends and to whom it is lending and what is its portfolio composition in terms of stability of its loan book and the risks that it must minimize going forward. So I can tell you that buildings is very much a key sector for Reserve Bank of India, and we are working on independent and empirical studies which will keep on informing what Reserve Bank of India is doing. And when banks start looking at their portfolio, you basically are then saying who are their borrowers, because they also want to be on lending, putting those loans in the market system. And that bank and borrower engagement is beginning to happen, or at least it is the intent of the regulator that it happens. We are going to be engaging in those conversations. Now, quickly moving on to the other side of risk, which is the opportunity. So where is there capital coming to green buildings? So the first thing is that the interest is there, okay? And then there is a but, okay? The interest is there from largely international investors, and then there is a but. The but is that we do not have the pipeline of credible green housing projects. If you look at the Indian scenario, you talked about India being, one of those countries globally ranking at 20th, etc. just the Indian scenario, just disaggregating this, we have issued around 33 billion USD worth of green bonds, mainly in the renewable energy sectors, the utility sector, and transport sector. There are a couple of bonds in the green housing sector. Two of them from banks long ago, and one from real estate investment trust. That's it. So there is so much growth potential available. There is one of the things that we are finding, which is something that needs to be tidied over, is multiplicity of standards. So we are basically working on making things interoperable as much as possible and making things much more scientific. So science-based standards are important if you're looking at net zero, climate mitigation, or even adaptation. We have signed an MOU with IGBC on net zero buildings, which look at both the new stock to be built as well as the old stock, which is very important. I think when we are looking, 70% of the stock is still to be built. And we have MOUs with IFC on EDGE. And the idea then is to actually make this interoperability much more consumable. People should understand it. On SEBI itself, let Pradeep talk about it, but there are certain things that international standards as well as national domestic regulations can see much more interoperability going forward so that things are easier for the market participants. I will conclude my first set of remarks here.
Thank you, Neha, for laying down that larger landscape of what is happening and what are the possible trajectories moving forward, especially when it comes to green and climate bonds. I had a question, maybe we can come back to that later. You raised a very important point about interoperability, and maybe we can come back to that later. My next question I would like to bring to Shaunak. We are familiar with, a range of the rating systems that are there in India, and EDGE specifically focuses on energy efficiency as the key aspect. And so what has been your sort of response? I mean, what has been the response that you've got from the sector? Where do you see and how do you also see when it comes to maybe bringing all of these different rating systems on a platform? Where do you see, EDGE having an edge over the other rating systems, and what do you see as a future trajectory?
First of all, thank you for inviting us here. I think first thanks to IIFL, Monu, wherever you are. You have a full house here now in this room. I remember coming to the last one at India Habitat, there was a full house as well. I think the difference, Neha, you're right, is the commitment. The committed people are here. And this is a hard job to do. And from somebody from a technical department of a financial institution, a heartfelt thanks for keeping the faith up, taking the offer from NHB, and doing the hard and difficult thing like you rightly mentioned about the change. It's important that we create the marketplace to be able to get finance as an enabler to get green. Sejal, coming back to your points, so I typically shy away from any comparison discussions because certifications, they are for a reason. There have been approaches they've developed over the years. And one of the reasons of EDGE, it's one of the newest ones to come, I mean, although we're just 9 years old, 8 years old, is that it has been created, it was created for our own investee companies to have a simpler method of trying to address and achieve green as a performance standard. The focus was on resource efficiency and on context. So when you are being compared to do green, you are comparing yourself to a non-green building in your same location. So if you're building in Taramani in Chennai, you are compared to that and not Tokyo. So that was the rationale to do that. It's a public good, which basically means that with every usage, it sort of gets better. And it's used across asset classes as well. And now there are 80 countries from where we get certifications across. And it's only getting better. in India, we're a newer entrant. So I think the advantage that we have is that we can push others to attain some amount of simplicity and relevance to get this thing done faster. That's pretty much it. But I think there is a need. Everybody feels there's a need to harmonize these, because there's a big cacophony of so many things, and it gets really difficult, especially in the housing sector, for clients, developers, financiers to figure out what's happening in terms of certification. It doesn't take away the need of certification. You rightly mentioned a lot of people get green and do not certify, and like everybody knows about it, it's an issue of awareness. People don't certify saying what's in it for us. So there are many reasons for that. And one of the big reasons will come from my left over here. If you don't certify, you really don't know how green you are. And then you can't make any other decision saying, how better can it be, where have you exactly reach vis-a-vis your peers? Do you qualify for the kind of financing that the financiers are looking for? Because then that you don't have the right benchmark set. So certification, of course, is a need. It's not the end of it, because there is, as you rightly said, the whole thing about marketplace and so on and so forth. So we try to figure out whether there can be a regulatory authority for certifications. Apparently, we were told in one of the forums like this, I asked a question to the secretaries, and they said, no, it's got to be voluntary. Be that as it may, probably the push will come from SEBI to do that, and we'll figure out how that gets done. But you're right, there has to be nodal ministries, there has to be nodal departments, and it's a statewide subject in quite a few places that we work in, for these kind of things to get traction. That's on the policy level. See, you put us in the middle of the pyramid, so we get to see what's happening on the course of it. And that's what we try to figure out, how we can influence to get the right benchmark set in. So it's, like I said, 20-20-20. We say a green building, a green home is 20% energy efficient than a non-green home built in the same location. 20% better water saving, and 20% better in terms of embodied carbon. We have embodied carbon now, because carbon is the data that Neha and her finance is going to ask for going forward. It is the most impactful area that we can work on. So it's absolutely important, both in terms of IFC financing as well. And there is so my job is to basically impress upon everybody that today, if you want to do a green building, and if you do it in time, you can do it at the same price or cheaper than a non-green building. It's a no-brainer. We had the NHB conference where HFCs are still asking the questions. Thank goodness Sanjay Seth was on the podium, and he said out loud, come and meet me, I'll show you how it's worked out. So we are still at the stage where we have these rudimentary questions that's flowing about, and thankfully for this kind of work that we do with ADB, we have the knowledge system to be able to prove it. It's only going to get better. Since the last meeting, and I think within minutes of that meeting that we had in Habitat with IIFL, you have put 80 crores into green housing, helping 365 households. That's a rough ticket of 20 lakhs. So there is a market for sure. The issue is how we're going to tilt it from push to pull. So in our interactions, three things are emerging. I'll just quickly cover it. We can talk in detail if you have time later. One is a need for demonstration projects, because everybody, especially for when you go out to developers saying, can you show it to us? We just don't want to be the first guinea pigs. And they absolutely don't need to be. But the market is so large and so diverse and across so many tier 2, tier 4 cities that we need to really show them how it can get done. The second is a need for a transparent marketplace. Now, transparent marketplace, it's for buyers, for home builders, developers, financiers, material suppliers. I mean, let's say if you want to go and finance somebody, IIFL, today they don't even know, like you said, how many green buildings are there. Are there people buying it? People should be able to go into some kind of a transparent marketplace, be it digital or whatever, and figure out some sense of it. We need to, I think it's some time away, but it's not going to get done very soon. And the last bit is, of course, the need for urgency. That's really creeping into all the work we do, especially in the World Bank Group. I mean, we just need to move faster than we do. And when I say that, I try to exhort all my stakeholders and colleagues over here. Let's think of things that we have not done, because the way we are going to doing work today, it's not going to cut it. It's not to cut the kind of steep curve we have. We have to, all of us, whether it's we are lending money, we are doing rules, we are doing research. We have to figure out how do we have to do it differently to climb. The joke I have is I can tell people that we are celebrating coming to base camp in the Everest. Everest is still ahead. So let's make sure we don't get killed before we reach. Thank you.
I think you also you give us the overall directions in which Edge is now heading, and also 3 areas which are very important: creating marketplace, creating transparent marketplace, need for demonstration projects, and urgency. We'll come back to that. Of how do you see that also unfolding? We now move to you, sir, and we would like your reflections on, specifically in the context of RBI's discussion paper of 2021 for the climate and sustainable financing. What is the headways which are there specifically in sensitizing HFCs, and also how is in response to that, how is the capital market responding? Is there any sort of traction that the capital market has got in response to the RBI's discussion paper of 21?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to hear everyone on the dais. And every time I go to a ESG conference, I come back richer because there is something new every time. And it always concerns so many different facets of our life. Well, SEBI has always been a regulator that has been very proactive. And we brought in the green bond framework in 2017. And there was not much of traction, right? So even till today, we had around, Neha was talking about 33 billion assets under management. The Indian listed green bond space is only 2,000 odd crore, which is next to nothing, right? Which is 2 things. One is, of course, it goes back on saying, what are you going to do to change it? And the second one, it also offers an opportunity for us to increase that, right? Now, with a lot of things, stress on everything, business getting sustainable, right? Business has to be sustainable. So what is SEBI doing to ensure that the regulatory space? So the 2 points which you had mentioned, one was on the interoperability, one was on the policy vacuum. I would like to also add a third thing, which also Mr. Shobik was mentioning about the credibility, right? Now, any policy, particularly now today, the world is a very increasingly singular space, right? It is countries like India where the markets are all interoperable. You don't have anything that can be done in isolation, right? Investors from, like for example, we have seen so many things where there is an investor in probably one part of the globe who takes a call. It has an impact on investors in India and investors in Indian companies also. So one thing the first thing I would like to address is the policy vacuum, right? So a year back, if you had asked me, then is the Indian green bond framework all right? Then I would have said that, yeah, I think maybe we'll have to look at it a little differently. Maybe there is a scope for improvement. So what we did was, we discussed and we did a consultation. And as part of the consultation, we got comments from around the world. One of the things about SEBI's consultation process is that it's very open, and we get comments from everywhere and we get enriched. And we in fact even called the International Capital Markets Association, whose definition we are following. Now that actually tackles this credibility aspect. So there are 2 ways of approaching a green bond framework or any ESG rule and regulation for that matter. One is you adopt a principle-based framework. The second one, you adopt a rule-based framework, right? Now, for a country like India, which is growing and which is industrializing, which is why we have even stressed at various, this conference of parties, where we have said that we have to ensure that you can't compare a developed nation and a developing nation. Like you need to sort of put both of them look at them through different prisms. So what we have done is that we have said that we will adopt a principle-based regulation, right? We can't adopt a rule-based definition of what exactly is green. So we adopted the ICMA definition. In fact, recently the RBI came out with 2 issues of sovereign green bonds. And they have also adopted the ICMA framework because it's larger in scope and it is principle based, and it also tackles, ultimately when you go back, whether it's principles or rules, you have to come back to what exactly is the result. What is it actually offering? Is it actually leading to amelioration in the business, like if you're actually moving away from carbon intensive to carbon neutral, that is what is important. Okay, whether you follow a rule or whether you follow a principle. And so we believe that a principle-based framework works well for India's businesses. Particularly, you have a 10,000 crore company, a company with 10,000 crore market cap. You also have a company with a 50 crore market cap, right? So you need to ensure that there is a level playing field. But we also have to ensure that while we keep that in mind, we also have to build in credibility into the particular framework, because the whole green bond thing is something which is a little unique from a normal bond. Okay, because a green bond is something where I believe while investing itself is that I am contributing to something noble. Right? So towards that, then what is important is there needs to be some certification, some credibility built in. So we have said that now you need to take an independent certification. We have also brought in the rules for ESG rating providers. No, this is the world's first framework for ESG rating providers. So we believe over a period of time after these people get registered, you will have people from whom you can take. Like for example, today there is confusion on from whom should I take the certification. There are different people. You have individuals, you have experts, you have different consultancy firms, for example. So there needs to be some credibility on this certification. So we believe this whole ESG rating framework providers, when they come in and once they start getting registered and they start offering these certifications, the credibility that is so much missing and so much wanted is something which will be able to do it. Just a couple of more points, particularly since the topic of today is affordable green housing. While we brought in the definition of a green bond framework, we also noted that we'll have to look at it a little futuristically, because India has been one nation which has promised internationally that we will do certain things. So like for example, creation of a carbon sink, ensuring that your GDP, the emissions portion of GDP is reduced. So we have made these promises in the United Nations, and we need to ensure that there is adequate transition for this, right? So we have brought in the concept of a transition bond. And it will be denoted with a different denotation called GB-T. So this is one of the world's first unique transition bond structures that we have brought. We have also brought in the concept of yellow bonds, because while I was going through the book on green housing today morning, and there were certain facts which actually startled me, like for example, the Cochin airport being India's first 100% solar airport, right? Like see, there are so many things that are happening amidst us, which can be a lot of things for us to learn, right? So towards that, we have brought in the concept of an yellow bond, and you'll be very surprised that the first adopters of all these, this framework have been the municipalities in India. Like we have the concept of a municipal bond also. So municipal green bonds are actually, there is a lot of traction on the municipal green bond framework, which we believe over a period of time will rub off on the corporate also, right? So because there needs to be some, some traction somewhere. So because most of the projects, if you see of a municipality, have an element of greenness already embedded into them. Right? For example, use sewage treatment and affordable green housing, for example. So we believe that these are the people who will be sort of having a demonstration effect on the corporate. So this is something which we have created. In fact, the last 1 year has been something where SEBI has approached this whole ESG thing in a very holistic manner. Because everyone is talking about ESG, right? But it is important that there needs to be someone who sort of handholds the entire, the corporate India into what exactly it is. And SEBI and RBI and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, we are the people who have to do it, because we are the policy makers, which you rightly talked about as far as policy vacuum is concerned. Now, I believe the policy vacuum has been filled. What is important now, that is, and the credibility has also been built into it. So what is important now is their outreach. Like this is one such program where there is an outreach. We need to make people understand and aware of the fact that there is a framework like this, and this is obviously going to contribute to a noble pursuit while also ensuring that there are funding needs.
Thank you very much. I think you've given a very good perspective on the various initiatives of SEBI, and you raise a very important point of rating of ESG and the ESG certification. And as one understands, it is in the offing, and very soon there will be certifying agencies.
So the ESG rating framework has come into play 2 months ago. It is the first rating framework in the world of ESG. right? Nowhere in the world has, because people are still grappling. If you see the FCA UK's consultation paper, they have taken India as an example so that they can make use of this as a framework which they can sort of take strength from. Because internationally what is happening is that what exactly is an ESG rating is something where there is no consensus. And because there are three different aspects to it, like E, S and G, there are different parameters. What is green for you, what is socially impactful for you is not for someone else. And we have also seen a lot of negative practices being followed by many of these people, whereby they ensure that they get adequate, good ESG scores by sort of camouflaging or so there is a lot of greenwashing happening. So we have also been one of the regulators to first bring in the do's and don'ts on greenwashing. We have actually issued it, codified it. So the first time, probably one of the very few in the world, because most of the greenwashing things that have happened internationally are those where the regulators have taken action against, like for example, hoodwinking an investor. Whereas to have a do's and don'ts for greenwashing, what exactly it is, in fact, that framework goes on so much to say that in case you have been caught greenwashing, you have to sort of pay the money back to the investor. So we have brought this, hopefully, what is required is outreach, like programs like this, whereby we go back to the hinterland and take this to the people and say that, okay, there is a framework where you can borrow green for green purposes, while also ensuring that there is credibility and contribute to the environment and society.
In fact, Ghaziabad, as you very rightly mentioned, was the first municipal corporation to come up with the green bond. But the focus there was on, I think the proceeds were to be used for the tertiary water treatment plant. So to what extent, since the concern also is the green buildings, to what extent of this green bond portfolio eventually you see, in future, Neha, if I can bring that back to you, for the green buildings, one, and since we are also walking the tightrope between affordable and green, so when we even look at the sort of the kind of green bonds which have been issued by the financial institutions, some of them are focusing only on the green buildings, whereas others are focusing on using maybe 30 to 40% of the proceeds for green buildings. So, I mean, walking this tightrope of green and affordable housing, essentially, to what extent of this larger green bond portfolio and the kind of exciting growth trajectory it has, do you see that being routed for these two, convergence of these two? If any thoughts or reflections on that?
I mean, you can answer this question from many points of view. You can answer this question from the cost of capital point of view, from pipeline point of view, from policy point of view in terms of clarity over what is social, what is affordable and what is green. Maybe I think the successive sessions, subsequent sessions will look at some of the other points like cost of capital, which is very, very important, I think. But I would stick to question that you previously asked in terms of policy and interoperability and what that means for this ecosystem of green lending as well as raising finance from capital markets. So while you said, Pradeep, that the regulator, especially SEBI, has taken a principle-based approach, what SEBI has also done, I think very wisely, is encourage those developers, issuers, borrowers of money who are following a rule set approach, because that is important and perhaps that is where the world will settle down in some way or the other. And by saying within the policy framework that if you're following international standards, can you please reference those? And I think there is some direction, some distance to be traveled. Why I say that is this, that principle-based is good to people, to get people on the bandwagon, but it does leave a huge room open for greenwashing. Now, when I say standards, standards can't be built on principles. If you look at standards which are GRIHA, which are IGBC, which is climate bond standard, it is looking at very specific things when it comes to carbon, it is aligned to a particular trajectory. It looks at a certain threshold in terms of allowable carbon emissions. Similarly, EDGE will look at a certain threshold of water, certain threshold of, things like, so when it comes to net zero, it has to get very specific. So it is, and the market is in all of these pockets and baskets, okay? So I think even regulators and standard setters have to have a closer conversation on what leads to an uptake. The second point that I wanted to make was about social. Now, what we did as part of Ministry of Finance task force was to put green and social at par and define indicators for social. Right now we don't, and if that taxonomy was to be out, that would have been perhaps one of the first taxonomies in the world which will put environmental social together. But what we have is BRSR. So when we do look at the social aspects of it, there are certain indicators which can be brought into from the BRSR framework. I would really urge SEBI to, in your expanded definition of green bonds, you do bring in BRSR, but only on principle number 6, which is environmental. It will perhaps do, just a little bit more if you brought in social to be able to also address affordable part of it in terms of indicators, because green, affordable together makes a huge opportunity. If you have a way to measure and to keep it interoperable, then I think developers, housing finance companies, NHB, anybody will be able to look at least a set of indicators by which to measure. So the measurement will also will influence the impact that you are trying to measure through your regulation. So I think we have begun on that thing. Some more work needs to be done, and it'll happen, So I think the market is also responding to what the regulators are saying, as well as what the standards are saying. Let me just put this before you, that 50% of Indian green bond market is already responding to international frameworks, by which we mean that the proof is already there, that the standards work. Now we have to sort of bring the story together much more concretely. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we doing time-wise, Anirudh? We find, I think do we need to conclude?
So I'll just answer one point of what Neha said, and it's good that over a point in time we sort of converge into some rules, but I think the biggest damage a company can suffer today is reputational damage. Okay, it may not be your credit risk or your cyber security. All those things will hit a company. Will of course hit a company, but reputational damage sort of finishes a company. So if at all we believe that over a period of time, if you have indulged in greenwashing, like for example you have made use of a principle-based framework, but you have sort of defrauded the investor, we believe the repercussions would be in the form of a reputational damage for the company. We've been seeing a lot of instances recently also where you have influencers, so many other things happening in the social media space, which has led to what companies are doing to react to such kind of things. And that is sort of hampering them as far as the reputation is concerned. But though the fact here is internationally there has been very little consensus, because we have been on IOSCO, we are on the OECD meetings. So unfortunately, even within a group like, for example, European Union, right? So it becomes very difficult for them to have a complete consensus on all the parameters on a quantitative level, right? Right. But while it is really we really want it to be that way, because like Neha rightly said, it gives me a benchmark to sort of measure myself, right? Because a principle base obviously lends itself to greenwashing, because then I can always hoodwink by only writing, like for example, how the BRRs used to be earlier. Now the BRSR today is containing 141 questions as composed to the earlier 50 questions. And we have ensured that an element of quantitative thing, like Neha was saying, because see, unless you are going to measure Like for example, if I cannot just say that I have good diversity in my organization. That's a very motherhood statement. So I have to show that what was the diversity last year and this year. So this is something which we have sort of brought into it. And just to add one more point, we have brought in for the first time a new thing called the BRSR core. Now the BRSR core is something which is going to make the company give an assurance on 40 of those parameters, 40 odd of those parameters. And these parameters are not just up to the company, it also sort of brings information about the value chain. Right? Because that is very important. We can always, keep your house in order, but your value chain can be very dirty, right? So that is something which is going to be sort of taken care of by the BRSR core. So over a period of time, while we are, maybe like Neha said, we are maybe in the first phase of, principle-based regulation, first phase of regulation, because that is where you start with principle-based regulation. But over a period of time, whenever there is convergence internationally on what exactly is a rule-based regulation, which I believe is not there. For example, today the US doesn't even have a climate-based disclosure. Right? Even till today, they are still consulting. They have received 15,000 comments. They have still not been able to come out with a disclosure on climate on this. Whereas we have made giant strides as far as that is concerned. So over a period of time, I believe there will be some convergence internationally. But I believe that as long as the purpose of all these things is noble, the way you achieve it may not really matter.
Thank you. I think this has been a wonderful discussion. Thank you, panelists, Neha, Shaunak, and Pradeep, for bringing in some very critical point in this policy landscape for this very complex sector of green and affordable housing for women. Unfortunately, we could not discuss much about gender mainstreaming, especially into housing. But I think the points that you raise, I think also gives us hope. With the ESG certification system, with also the BSIR core and these frameworks, it gives hope that there is going to be a lot of traction to the green finance, and there is also going to be an interoperability with maybe some of these standards being developed between the two sectors of green and affordable maybe. And maybe at some point some reflection if can also be done on gender inclusion into these aspects, then it sort of, because women are going to be, if India's climatic stress, and India is at the forefront of the climatic stress, and affordable women, especially as the primary occupiers of the housing and consumers of the housing, are going to be the most vulnerable. If they can be also embedded within this framework somehow, I don't know. Maybe there are no answers, but if their inclusion can be embedded into these frameworks, I think we are then on a good pathway into the Amrit Kal, as we say it in India. So, thank you very much. If there are any quick questions, maybe, or reflections from the audience, yes, we can take them. Ajay.
So my question is to Pradeep sir. So India also have developed this India INX exchange, right? So for example, if somebody has to issue India INX exchange, where we need to, for example, if a company like us is going to issue bond overseas, so they can get it listed in the GIFT City also, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And likewise, that SEBI has also come with this ESG, the green bond framework. So if we have to list our bond on the, let's say, international bond on the GIFT City, so the similar green bond framework will be applicable, or will be different green bond?
So the GIFT City comes under the IFSCA, does not come under SEBI. So I don't know whether they still, at present, I don't think they have a green bond framework. I may be willing to be corrected, but I hopefully in a period of time they should be having it.
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So they do. So what they are doing is, because their main mandate is to bring in international capital, so they recognize international standards very specifically. There is an explicit thing that, if you're following climate bond standards, you are eligible. So what they're doing is they're simply looking at various international standards which investors treat and regard highly on credibility, and they have named those standards as part of the listing requirement. And similarly, they are doing for transition finance also. So yeah, so there is there is stuff there. Yeah.
If I could just add, over the horizon, you want to see hopefully some more sustainable bonds, more than green bonds. We see it already in SJI is happening. Basically, what happens is it's not waiting for certain bonds and just in coupon for that to happen. There are people who go out to ask large occupiers, let's say a hospitality company, housing, we have to see how it works. Somebody who's going to hold the property and say, look, I've got this 8-year plan, and then keep bonding, and then you measure it. And then depending upon how you're performing in the 3rd year, 5th year, 7th year, according to the covenants, you have a financing,
so more outcome-linked bonds also. So that's also part. But again, it is the greenwashing concern, which is a huge part of that particular ecosystem, that investors are scrutinizing outcome-linked bonds on how much, what was your level of target or ambition, and then we can take it offline. But there is enough happening.
If there are no other reflections,
yeah, but I would suggest that you make use of SEBI's green bond framework and raise money in India.
If there are no other reflections, then I would like to thank my panelists, colleagues, for being very clear, succinct, and time efficient in putting forward the points and deliberations, and also to IIFL, Ajay, Monu, Madhavi, Ravi, and the team for really this wonderful opportunity to reflect on this very important aspect and working with you on that, and for this opportunity for this deliberation. Thank you very much. And over to you. Yeah.
I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their insights, and to our audience for their attention and participation in this impactful discussion. The enlightening session titled Green Housing is Profitable and Affordable, Current Policy and Reforms. They shed light on crucial aspects of growing demand for investment in affordable and environmentally sustainable housing in India. The discussion emphasized that the building green and affordable is not just a social responsibility, but profitable venture. One crucial aspect discussed was need of incentives in the local development control regulations to encourage a shift in the behavior towards green and affordable housing. The complex and fragmented landscape of policies requires strategic reform to create a conducive environment for the interoperable finance sector participation. To ensure project sustainability, they discussed and highlighted reforms in green building certification, ESG ratings, and state real estate regulation authority and rules. The panel also addressed the importance of financial models to scale up and innovative climate stress appropriate programs for resilient self-built housing for the urban poor, including women housing ownership. Innovative climate stress appropriate programs were discussed as an essential tool in ensuring that vulnerable communities have access to sustainable housing solutions. The panel's observation recommendations are vital for shaping the future where green and affordable housing is not just a vision, but a tangible reality in India. Thank you so much.
Very well.
At this point in the event, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you all the Kutumb app. The Kutumb app, a dynamic knowledge-sharing platform for stakeholders across diverse fields. The app aims to elevate engagement with a user-friendly interface, explore courses on sustainability, affordable housing, tailored for architects, developers, everyday users, empowering them to make an impactful change for a sustainable living. I present to you the Kutumb app. Ladies and gentlemen, after that session on profitability and affordability of green housing, it's time for a well-deserved tea break. I encourage you to take this opportunity to network, exchange thoughts, and perhaps grab a cup of coffee to rejuvenate for sessions ahead. Please be back promptly as we delve into more insightful sessions. Enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we begin with the second part of our deliberations. The Technical Assistance Program consisted of three major pillars: promotion and propagation, capacity building, and research and innovation. We have a short clip highlighting the need of green affordable housing and a summary of various activations under the Technical Assistance Program.
India's urban housing 19 million. This gap may widen further to 38 million homes by 2030. Over 96% of Indians who are looking for homes come from low-income groups, which means low participation of women in the decision-making process. Current housing techniques adversely affect the climate as it accounts for over 37% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. These emissions are only going to grow to 70% by 2050.
Fight against climate change, because buildings are the biggest consumers of electricity. Electricity, whatsoever clean it is, somewhere it is generating greenhouse gases.
IIFL Home Loan and Asian Development Bank have collaborated under the Technical Assistance Program to bridge this gap and enable green affordable housing for all. The objective is to support and facilitate the green affordable housing ecosystem in India through three activities.
It is as much a climate challenge, also a very big business opportunity.
IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team.
In India, there is a lack of awareness about how homes can be made affordable. Kutumb initiative facilitates this by bringing developers and construction professionals together on one platform to provide information and explore solutions for affordable green housing. Through the Kutumb initiative, a country-wide ecosystem has been created, introducing leaders into the green building landscape. Disha, another initiative that inculcates sustainable and greener ways of living among women and children of low-income homes. The second pillar of the TA program is capacity building in collaboration with CEPT. It ties together initiatives taken towards climate adaptation measures, gender mainstreaming through training sessions across Indian cities for stakeholders, home buyers and policymakers. Capacity building covers every stage of green building.
ADB would really like for the affordable housing segment to be looked at from the perspective of green buildings and sustainability.
To further fill knowledge gaps in the market, the third pillar of the TA, called Research and Innovation, is working towards some key areas like 1. Creating a unified rating program to combine the multiple rating systems. 2. Initiating India research in green lending in affordable housing segment. 3. Solving for the lack of gender sensitivity in design. And 4. Identifying best practices, new innovative technologies so they can be mainstreamed.
Studying the existing system and finding the gaps in those. The second milestone is to talk about developing the benchmark. And the third, which is very important, is to identify the technologies that can be used in the market.
IIFL Home Loan and ADB are now sowing the seeds of green, affordable housing from the enriching regional experiences to neighboring countries. We are connecting with various stakeholders to facilitate implementation of sustainable green, affordable housing.
Into the explicit challenges faced by the affordable housing in India and the transformative power of sustainable design and green construction techniques. For this, may I now invite our panelists on the session. To begin with, I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Ravi Chaudhary, Head Technical, IIFL Home Finance Limited. Mr. Ravi Chaudhary is an alumnus of the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Roorkee, and an environmental enthusiast. He has over 12 years of experience in the mortgage industry, covering various facets of collateral risk evaluation and management, best use study, and market research. Previous organizations include Synergy, ICICI Bank, and L&T Finance. Currently working with IIFL Home Finance Limited for more than 5 years and heading the technical wing of construction finance, associated with the Green Value Partner Program since inception. Welcome, Ravi. I would also like to request Ravi to felicitate our panelists as I introduce and welcome them on the dais. Professor Architect Ashok B. Lal, Founder and Principal Architect Ashok B. Lal Architects. Mr. Shailesh Agrawal, Executive Director, BMTPC. Mr. Shailesh Agrawal, Executive Director, BMTPC. And Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General at Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power. Committed to an architectural practice based on the principles of environmental and sustainable and social responsibility, Ashok B. Lal has been engaged in the architectural education since 1990 and has developed curricula and teaching methods to address environmental issues. His current interest in developing strategies for sustainable urban development in the context of rapid urbanization is commendable. Welcome, sir. Mr. Shailesh Agrawal is the Executive Director of BMTPC. Having 19 years of experience, he is committed to provide S&T backup to all areas of building science and technology through continued research and development with quality objectives in applied research, societal-based research and development programs, resource generation, publications, and patents. His professional contribution can be classified in 4 disciplines of building science and technology via earthquake engineering, repair, rehabilitation, and earthquake resistance construction, computer-aided structural analysis and design, and distress building. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ashok Kumar is presently working as the Deputy Director General at Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, and Government of India. He is primarily involved in the implementation of National Mission on Enhanced Energy Efficiency, a component of the National Action Plan for Climate Change of India, in addition to other responsibilities. Under the mission, he is involved in the coordination of Performance, Achieve and Trade, the PAT, the flagship program under the mission, which involves development of energy consumption norms and standards for energy-intensive industrial sector. He also heads the R&D related activities of BE for accelerated market transformation for energy efficient appliances. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this exciting panel discussion on green affordable housing amid climate emergencies. Let me start by introducing our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ashok Kumar, DG, Deputy Director General, BE, Ministry of Power, Dr. Shailesh Agrawal, Executive Director, BMTPC, Dr. A.B. Lal, Founder and Principal Architect for ABLA. Before we dive into the detail of the discussion, let me just tell the structure of the panel discussion. So we'll have opening remarks from all the panelists, and then we'll moderate, then there'll be a more topic-oriented moderated session. The background of this panel is basically through one of our ADB TA facet, which was R&I. And one very peculiar factor, or one very peculiar finding basically that comes out of that activity is that the green building rating system, there is a small debate now that is starting to happen, which is intent-based intent-based rating system versus performance-based rating system. So just to simplify it, intent-based rating system is basically largely the way the rating systems are working in India are basically they tell you about what is the certain amount of percentage saving that is there done on the baseline, over and above the baseline, and that is how the most of the green rating agencies are giving the certifications. One of the finding that has come up in the R&I piece of the TA is that essentially there is no guarantee. I mean, obviously what rating agencies are doing is a commendable job, but there is essentially no guarantee as to the outcome that was supposed to be arrived, whether is it arriving or not while the building is operational. So I'll start with Abilal sir as to what is his input on the same.
Yeah, thank you. So, well, this is a very moot point. At the moment, we are dependent on the rating systems. Essentially, there are three that have been mentioned. To certify whether a project is eligible for financial support. That's one of the things that we are looking at here. The rating systems have a method in which, by design, you submit design documentation to show, compared to a baseline, how much better you are doing. And there are certain grading techniques that are used in all the three rating systems, where the degree of improvement is rewarded by a certain number of points, and if you score high points, you get to the top category, but there is a minimum category that is asked for by financing institutions like IIFL. Well, I mean, to support it up to a point, at least it does put pressure at the stage of design by the designers and the builders to incorporate in their documentation what they're going to do. And so there is an expectation for sure that the end result would be beneficial. There is an expectation. However, there is no monitoring system and there's no onus on the builder or the designer to pursue and to report on the actual performance over a period of years. Of course, as you can see, this would be a very complex ask. If I said that, you know, I'm giving you $10 million for this in this company because you're going to do green construction, but I'm going to penalize you after 5 years if what you've invested in does not show the appropriate results. It's very difficult to imagine that as a possibility. So while I think it's a real issue, and the scientist will say that you must have a performance-based approach because that's the real proof after all, after 5 years to see whether, you know, produce the data to show how much water you've saved, how much electricity you've saved, and how your materials are fared. Let's have all that. But I would say that let's cut all that short. Let's not complicate things further. There are 3 or 4 essentials, especially when you talk of affordable housing, which you simply mandate at municipal regulation level. Insulate the roof at least so much. Provide external shading by these means, 4 options given. Give this U value for the external wall depending on the climatic region you're in. 3 things or 4 things: ensure ventilation, put aided cross ventilation as a requirement, that there should be a fan or something that will move the air across the house. 4 things mandated in municipalities. All right? If you meet the mandate, you met the basic requirement. You are eligible for the loan. You don't have to go through all of this. But if you want to get a further enhancement, right, as a company over a period of time, you monitor your performance, and if you show good performance, then you can get another 0.5% rebate on your capital interest, or interest on capital. You could possibly do that. So I would say that it is time now. I don't agree with the government of India, with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, that this has to be a voluntary process driven by market forces. No, it's not happening. It has to be mandated today. And it's very simple to do. Let me give you a small example. The engineer at the municipality checks whether the width of your staircase in a multi-story building is as per the bylaws or not. If it's not, he asks you to correct it. It's a very simple thing to do. And he has hundreds of such parameters to check. I'm adding 3 or 4 more very simple parameters to check. Why can't I do it? I should be able to do it straight away. It does not require competence development, no. It just requires some basic information and some simple training. So I would say, let's cut through all of this issue and go to a simple solution, specially suitable for affordable housing.
Okay. Am I audible? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I don't know much about green rating systems because being a civil engineer, my job is to bring in resource efficiency and those kind of stuff. But of late, I have been working in this area. I have been even teaching green rating system. And it's purely my take, you know. I may be wrong, but what I find these green rating systems, whatever are in practice, they are highly qualitative in nature. And you know, being, like he said very rightly, now if you look at the Eco-Niwas Samhita and all, we are giving a value. Let's give a U value, let's give RTEV value and all those kinds of things so that we can quantify it. Anything which is qualitative, it will, you know, ultimately it will be good, bad, poor, very poor and those kind of things. And, you know, when these rating systems started, after that we were called by, you know, in one of the conferences or something, we were asked to, you know, inaugurate their greenhouse somewhere. So our secretary and minister went, and minister asked them that how many buildings, green buildings, you know, you have done, and what was the benefit, what was the benefit and all those kind of things. So once you rate the building, after that, all of us are happy with that my building is green, but how it is going to perform, that is still in question. That data needs to be collected. Also, I think Lal Sahab is right. Let's mandate it, but let me tell you, no code is, all the codes are recommendatory in nature. Okay, I come from a field of disaster management. I am an earthquake engineer. Despite of our best of our efforts, you just can't book a person if he, you know, doesn't put reinforcement as per the code. So mandating, but it has to be mandated. For mandating, you know, supply, demand, there are a whole lot of other things which come into play when we talk about these things. So in code, what we have done now, you know, earlier all standards were prescriptive in nature. Prescriptive in nature means you go to a doctor, he prescribes you a medicine, and you don't question him. You just take that paracetamol or antibiotic. Now slowly we are changing those codes to performance-based. So in green rating system also, we should bring in, you know, instead of saying that use this water tap, use this, let's make it performance-based. And let's, you know, create a framework where we can, you know, quantify these water saving you are talking about, wastewater recycling you are talking about renewable energy and those kind of things. So those things need to be quantified so that it makes sense. I can talk about materials. When we talk about materials, everybody talks about, let's put AAC block, let's put this. But what about the embodied energy? What kind of materials are available? The other day, you know, our secretary was asking me, I'm asking you, Shailesh, a simple question. You give me 5 alternatives to brick, which are available in our country and which everybody can use. So I couldn't answer. So, you know, the brick, rat brick, load bearing, there are a whole lot of application, but he says, let's eliminate, let's wipe out brick from the planet. You give me alternatives across India which can be used. So the point I'm trying to make is, unless we quantify these things, it will not work. Our experience, because being from Building Materials and Technology Promotion Councils, we are promoting sustainability. National Building Code, I don't know whether you all know about it, we have added a chapter, Approach to Sustainability, beautiful chapter. You all can read it, but what he said is right. Again, it is recommendatory in nature, it's not mandated. So you are free, whether you want to use it or not. Approach to sustainability we have added. Whatever projects Government of India is doing, you know, all this under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, later I will tell you about that. We are making around 10 million houses, and we are trying to, you know, bring in green components in those. Of course, it is a state call, but we have a, you know, clause, and we have a mission also in that, through which we are trying to promote sustainability, clean technologies, disaster-resistant technologies, and those kind of things. So for me, green rating system, I think we have to put it in our tenders. Like we did in our lighthouse projects, we are doing 6 lighthouse projects, and where we have made it green rating system mandatory, that every project has to have green rating of 4. I think 5 is the 4 star, 3 to 4, minimum 3 and 4. So those kind of things are to be included in tenders. Also, it's a loud thinking, but I'm thinking like when we have a tender, we always write that these kind of cements to be used, Ultratech, this, that. Let's write these green materials and all these things that you need to use instead of brick, these materials. So those kind of things have become part of the tender document, then it will be easy for the agency to work on it. So for the moment, this is my take on green rating system.
Thank you. Thank you, IIFL and ADB, for the invitation because DG could not come, so I'm just substituting him. I would respect the opinion that Professor Lal takes on the approach that BE takes, but from the just to inform the audience that since the commercial building energy conservation building code is a mandatory code that is enforceable under the Energy Conservation Act, and upon the amendment that has come last year, from the first year of this year, 1st January this year, even the residential buildings are covered under that mandatory regime. So any violation, of course, the level of penetration or level of enforcement, because building, as all of you know, that it is a state subject, and Bureau at a central level has very limited, you can say, even the central government has a limited scope for, kind of going full throttle. But given the limitations, we have around 20 odd states who have taken this code to the municipal levels. So upon reaching that codes to the municipal level, it becomes binding for the building to get certified through the architect to adopt those codes. So that will come not only for commercial, now it will come for the residential as well. So that is one aspect, and of course, that is, I agree with the broader kind of understanding that our assessment rating and every assessment process is kind of front-loaded. We are not much into the follow-up. Even, there are opinions about our rating of appliances. We rate appliances based on a performance that is given at the manufacturer level, at the initial level, and we do not follow up, whether they are getting derated and so on. So there are, the equipments perform at a lesser efficiency than what it is. Of course, that is well taken, so that's, they need to be, certainly have to have that level of, but again, the point of, you can say, point to highlight is that getting into, just to framing itself, if you see the energy conservation building codes enforcement clauses, you have to see how you can enforce the clauses that mentions the enforcement, that what could be considered as a violation. For if an appliances manufacturer's violation or building users violation, just the framing of that clauses becomes so complicated, and of course, enforcement will be doubly complicated in a sense. So I think the other way around is currently, I think many of the rating agencies, people are coming from on their own. So it was more of a motivation than rather than enforcing, or the kind of more of a carrot than that of a stick. So that is working more. That is the B's experience. For instance, in the case of industrial energy efficiency that I look after, so we touch upon around 1,300 industries. And the program itself gives them some value because that they think that energy efficiency activities are giving some bottom line benefits, and they are complying to the extent of 90 plus to a government program. So I think one aspect is certainly, we should have a lot of sticks, but of course there is a huge potential for the carrot also. So BE has been our approach that we are broadly market-based, bottom-up, That is our approach, and of course there is some level of stick is also involved, and many of the as energy transition is becoming very prominent, not only the traditional mandates of Bureau of Energy Efficiency is broader under the Energy Conservation Act, but other than that, the fringe elements which can be tagged to energy efficiency or the conservation is also been brought in a context that we can enforce that. So I think enforcement is going to come, and of course, you know, maybe to the extent that Professor Lal would expect, might not be there, but there are provisions for in the building sector as well.
So just to summarize, I believe while all of us agree that performance-based approach will certainly be better and more productive in that sense that we can right away make out which building is performing as per the specification and which is not. But the other side of the story is that it is equally tough and very complex to devise such a way, and probably with time there will be some solution for that. Since Dr. Agarwal brought the topic of green construction, the alternate materials. So just wanted to understand, sir, on that sense that would you share the experience with us and with the audience as to what has been like doing these 6 pilot LHPs that have been done so far? I mean, some of them are already delivered and some of them are going on. And more from the consumer point of view, like as to the end user. Can you just throw some light on that?
I think I have to give you slight background as well, because all of a sudden if I start talking about lighthouse projects, they won't be able to understand. So, you know, in 2009, all of us know that technology is the main driving force right now in our country, and our Prime Minister is quite keen to bring technology in every sector, in every sphere of life. So in construction sector also, in fact, Government of India desired that we should bring in some resource efficient technologies, materials, processes, innovative materials and all those things. And you all know about 3D printing, so it all started in 2019 with 3D printings. Somewhere, some policymakers, they saw a building getting printed. There were news item that China printed 300 houses. So from there it started, and we were interested that let's transplant the best materials, processes and technologies from abroad to our country. Let's use those proven technologies, time-tested technologies, transplant them in our country and make use of those technologies. So in 2019, what we did, we organized a Global Housing Technology Challenge. Okay, Global Housing Technology Challenge, and the challenge was given to all the global players who are into construction, who are the technology providers, that do we have construction systems which can help build maximum number of houses in minimum time and minimum cost. Okay, and maximum number of houses, that was the tagline, maximum number of houses in minimum time and minimum cost. And of course there are riders like without compromising structural and functional performance. And when we talk about functional performance, we talk about, Lal Saab knows more than me because he was given a project where he has categorically tried to assess the sustainability aspect of all these technologies. So that challenge was a huge success. It was inaugurated by Honourable Prime Minister, and through that challenge, we identified 54 new innovative construction systems. So I would like to tell you the difference. We talk about materials. Materials is cement, aggregate, bricks and all those. Here we are talking about construction system. Construction system is nothing but the skeleton, like a skeleton of our body, similarly the skeleton of a building or of a structure. Okay, skeleton means, or a construction system means, this is the system which carries the load of your building safely to the ground beneath. Okay, so through that challenge, we could identify 54 new construction systems, and then we brought out a lot of publications, compendium and all, but we didn't stop there. We ministry thought that let's showcase them by actually building houses using these technologies. Then only it will make sense. Otherwise, you give something. You conducted a challenge and you said these are the good technologies for the country. That will not make sense unless we experiment, unless we do the pilot ourselves. So under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we did these, and we called these projects as lighthouse projects. As all of you know, what does lighthouse do? So we thought these lighthouse projects will throw light on future construction technologies. Okay, so we started these 6 lighthouse projects under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Basically, a lighthouse project comprises of 1,000 houses for EWS. It's a social mass housing project under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and 1,000 houses with all amenities, services, and all those kind of things with green features, sustainability. But the main emphasis was to showcase the construction systems which we shortlisted through that Global Housing Technology Challenge. So these 6 lighthouse projects are, again, challenge was conducted amongst the state. So the 6 best performing states were selected. So we did a project in Chennai, then one we did in Rajkot, Gujarat. The third one we are doing in Lucknow, which is in UP, then Tripura, which is Agartala, then we are doing in Ranchi, and then Indore. Yeah, the 6th one is in Indore, which is in MP. And let me tell you these technologies also very quickly to you. Basically, technologies are nothing but, one is precast, all of us know, let's not make the buildings at the site, let's make these buildings somewhere else. So make building components in the factory offsite, transport them to the site and assemble them at the site. So that is called precast concrete construction. And we are doing a project in Ranchi where the entire module, instead of making these 4 walls and slab separately, you just make a module. It is called pod element. And you just bring that pod element and put it one over the other like Lego blocks, and your building is ready. So that's the most advanced technology right now in India, and the good news is there are a lot of players in our country who are executing projects using these technologies. So that was in Ranchi, and then a whole lot of drywall construction systems are available now in our country. So there is no need to use bricks and do the plaster, do the curing and all. Ready-made walls, in Lucknow we are doing a project where we are using steel structure, and we are using pre-finished walls. So it's like, in times to come, you can go to the market and buy a wall. Buy a wall of your house. You can buy a facade of your house. And these things are making sense in our country right now because there are enough players which are available. And let me share with you, there is one company, yesterday only they made a presentation, like you go to Amazon and you just see and give the order, online order. Similarly, you just give your plan, and they will deliver the building to you. This is going to happen in our country. So there are 2 companies right now in our country who are working on this aspect. You just online, you give your plan to them along with sections and whatever it is, and then they will supply you the building. And the advantage is, whatever you are talking about, I am talking about resource efficiency, because once you do everything under controlled condition offsite, you save on material and optimize the use of materials. That is one thing. Then climate responsive, we are adding a lot of things. We are not using virgin cement. We are using a lot of supplementary cementitious material to make concrete better and climate responsive. Then one very important aspect which we forget even in green rating system is disaster resilience. My country, I am, again, because I love earthquake engineering, so earthquake anywhere, anytime it can come. We have to prepare ourselves better. So we have to construct resilient buildings. So all these construction systems I'm talking about, we are, they offer safety as well. And I think Lalsa will also tell you there are, we asked, independent agencies like Professor Lal, now GIZ is working with us, and we are asking independently to assess these technologies and tell us about the sustainability aspects and those kind of things. And in addition to that, we are also promoting under lighthouse projects, all these projects, STPs must, then renewable resources, wastewater recycling, rainwater harvesting. In fact, most of the projects under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, they have these sustainability features. And through this platform, I invite all of you, you can go and visit these lighthouse projects anytime. And because, our Honorable Prime Minister categorically said, let's adapt these technologies and make these technologies as future technologies of the country. So all of you can go and visit these projects. We have also launched a scheme called Technograhi. Like all of you are familiar with the word Satyagrahi. Satyagrahi was pre-independence, and after that, under Swachh Bharat mission, we coined a word Swachhagrahi. So similarly, we have coined a word Technograhi. All of you can go to ministry's website and register yourself as Technograhi, and we are calling Technograhis our change agents to bring innovative and alternate technologies and materials in the construction sector. So all you have to do is you have to just enter to the ministry's website and upload your photograph and Aadhaar, and you will become Technograhi, and that way you will get connected with the ministry and you will get all these updates about lighthouse projects. So it's a attempt. And last thing I want to add, this is the proactive role played by Government of India. Earlier schemes you look at, we are always talking about finances, number of houses constructed, but this time, very peculiar thing, for last 10 years, through this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we are promoting alternate materials, green aspects, sustainable aspects, hazard resistant construction across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lal, just wanted to understand, so like Dr. Agarwal said, there are so many technologies available, so many benefits obviously, but just wanted to understand from your side that as to how can we mainstream green construction material and techniques, not just the high-rise, but also self-built, because still essentially 60-70% of the population make their own houses, maybe small, with the land, and then they live in that. And probably these are the ones which are more prone to disaster management, and the disasters also, calamities, the rising temperatures and everything. So your thought on that, please.
Yeah, I think the initiative that has been taken by the Government of India under the Pradhan Mantri Yojana lighthouse projects is a very important initiative, because it's looking somewhat distant into the distant future, because the ecosystem for such technologies to become affordable, economical, and available at different locations is going to take its time. So the idea has been seeded, but they will be developed over time as the demand also grows. It's important now to put in, some of the sustainability, especially carbon emissions related measures, to evaluate all innovative technologies. We have given a lot of emphasis on what we call resource efficiency, which itself is a carbon reduction measure. If you use less material, obviously, it's a carbon reduction measure. And we've also given a lot of emphasis on rapidity of construction, and especially of construction which may be sort of for the city's high-rise construction. If we now look at carbon emissions in the embodied carbon of construction systems, as well as the thermal performance of these construction systems much more seriously, especially since we are definitely going into 1.5 centimeter Celsius rise in temperature in the coming decade. And in the cities, this is going to be much more exacerbated. Heat waves are going to be longer, they're going to be more extreme. So the thermal performance of these systems needs to be evaluated as we, bring these out in the distant future in quantum. But taking Ravi's point very seriously, the PMAY itself is reporting that 70% of the applicants under PMAY are self-built construction, small improvements, small additions, or a small home. 70%. So if you're talking about new materials and technologies, it means that the materials that would be more sustainable, let's say cement stabilized earth block, should become a quasi-industrial product in small towns and cities. Lightweight concrete blocks should become available everywhere, reduce the taxes on it so that it becomes a more competitive material. It's certainly much quicker to build with, right? And it gives you much better thermal performance. It's a little bit more expensive, and it's not available everywhere. But if you just play with the fixed fiscal side of the taxation on the material, you'll find that you'll make a sea change. There are other construction techniques that can be brought in. So you would know about what we call constrained masonry as a method of construction, where the steel intensity of up to 4-story high buildings, which would be now more and more common in our cities as compared to taller than that. 4-story would be more and more common, built by small people, not big developers. Let me tell you the story of the big developer. One big developer I know, Mahindras, have pulled out of affordable housing. They've just pulled out. Talk to Tatas, talk to Godrej. These guys are pulling out. They're pulling out of it. Why are they pulling out? Because they find that the cost of land plus the inherent cost of high-rise, high-intensity development is not affordable. It is not reaching the target. So you have to now change the strategy towards more innovation of affordable systems at 4-story high rapid construction. It'll have to be, I take Monu's point very seriously and Sejal's point very seriously, that you've got to invest in more innovation which is appropriate to our needs. We are not interested in the global salesman. We are not. We have to look at what the ground needs and develop solutions accordingly. I must also emphasize that our present standards and codes are looking backwards. They are not looking at the future. With higher temperatures in cities and greater risks of various kinds in the cities, they are not looking at the future. The specifications have to be raised, improved today. And the method will be, sir, to first improve. Our National Building Code is now going for improvement. You're there in the committees, I'm there in the committee, and let's help that to actually be future ready. In the next year, let that be future ready. Once the National Building Codes are reviewed and reformed, right, then the local bylaws begin to take them on. So it has to start at the National Building Code. Even though it is recommendatory, then you can begin to start the process of adopting them as mandatory requirements at the municipal level. And I think they must be future ready. Yeah.
One last round with Dr. Ashok. So from BE perspective, how does BE look at the building sector in terms of making it more climate resilient and sustainable? I'm sure you explained about ECBC being already present for the commercial, now ENS being mandated from January 1, 2024. I think that is for buildings with connected load of more than 100 kV. From a BE perspective at large, how do you see that? How can BE contribute to the cause?
I think for BE, building is one of the the focus area. And as I think your clip showed that the emissions are coming from buildings would be in the tunes of 70% and so. So there is a huge climate related, you can say, externality associated with the buildings. So government is, I think, very serious on, and as the PM's Awas Yojana and various other building programs. And overall, I think sense of even the builders are putting their own net zero commitments and several other climate related responsibility they are taking on. So in that context, building becomes very important because everyone lives in a house. The home is related to everybody. You may not be industrialist, may not be corporate guy, but home is home to everybody. So, and there is an opportunity in the home that even if you is a LEED rated golden or anything, but still you have an opportunity to improve upon, reduce the carbon footprint. So in a BE's context, if you see the amendment of the Energy Conservation Building Code, now it is called the Energy Conservation and Sustainability Building Codes, ECSBC. So the whole gamut of sustainability features are now incorporated in the energy code. Earlier it was only energy code, now it is sustainability, water related, resource related. Your imagination can be the only limit that how you can frame that framework to make that building efficient. And of course in that direction, BE is in process of framing the code, the revising the code to fit the sustainability aspects. So that will come. And I certainly, 100% agree with Professor Lal's, the kind of climate challenge, the 1.5 degrees centigrade. Many of the reports are now saying that 1.5 degree, the promise is already dead. We are beyond that. And people are expecting that temperature will rise in the 2030
to the tune of 2.3 to 2.9 degree. So if that happens, and particularly, I was discussing with Dr. Natarajan here that the kind of high climatic zone that we have drawn, and I completely agree with Professor Lal that we need to redraw the map of the climate. And we have seen, I come from a hilly state of Himachal Pradesh, and just border next to me is the Ladakh. And in the month of August or September, there was a rainfall in the Leh where it should not be raining, and a rainfall of amount of about 50% or more than 50% happened in a, I think, matter of 9 hours, that annual rainfall. And you could see the Leh street as if it is a Bangalore city street, flooding with water and sand. And the challenge is that the Ladakh houses, if you have visited, the houses, the bricks, they are not treated bricks. They are just mud bricks that are good enough for the locals to build their 1-story or 2-story homes. But you can imagine if it rains, what will happen to those houses? So you completely have to revisit the whole, even the sustainability lessons. We as an Indian, we kind of claim that we understand very well the sustainability aspects, but we have to relearn things. We have to see how Ladakh can build the houses. We do not have the treated bricks in there. So that is the challenge for us. And then several of the solutions can come from technology. Several of the things can come from the initial wisdom or the traditional wisdom and so on. So for us is to kind of gather all the wisdom in terms of codes, science, traditional values, all that, particularly for a country, if you can imagine, 2.3 degrees centigrade is a global average. Please mind that. At the ecological hotspots, I have seen in my own place, the temperature has gone beyond 3 to 4 degrees at this present point in time. And the glaciers which were there, in my lifetime, has just vanished. So it is not, you can say, a very comfortable situation, enjoying, the kind of comfort here, but the outside is very, very challenging time for us. And many of you know that the carbon space in the atmosphere that we have is almost for a 10 to 12 years. If we are serious, we believe that science is correct. But if we can live in denial, that is our choice. But that is the kind of fact that we are in. And the building is one of the things that we will be living. So we have to have at least, the space where you are living. With the heat wave Dr. Lal mentioned about, the heat islands and everything, we have to have that level of, we can't adjust to these rapid changes in the climate, temperature, and so on. So I think building is very, very important, and the whole, Bureau has done a larger analysis of emission. India has committed that we will reduce the emission intensity of the economy to 45% from the 2005 levels. In that calculation, building sector has to respond to about 25 to 30% of that load, the burden. So building has to become more efficient, more resource efficient, more energy efficient, and more carbon, you can say lean in terms of carbon. So B is all, we are there.
So we are left with some 8-9 minutes, I believe. So we can invite questions from the audience for our panelists.
Thank you for the wonderful points. I just had a simple question, and it's related to green affordable housing. You may answer it from the lens of the topic of the panel or otherwise. What's the most important thing you think should be handled first in this arena of green affordable housing? If you can just give 2 lines in 30 seconds, then I know you prioritized it already. The question is to actually all 3 of you. All 3 of you. Yeah. Okay. What do you think?
Putting affordability as top priority, the most important thing is to control the complement of land cost that is a burden on the buyer or the renter. That is a challenge that I'm afraid our states and our governments have not picked up at all. The claim of housing for all falls flat unless you address this one issue.
My favorite acronym is let's build safe structures. Safe means, S means sustainability, A means affordability, F means functionality, and E means economical, eco-friendly, energy, whatever, add everything. So I think whatever they have said is 100% right. We have to bring in thermal, we have to bring in climate change into whatever. Business as usual will not work in times to come. So whatever these guys are saying is 100% right. We have to think out of box. We have to do something else. So let's build safe structure.
What I come to understand is that many analyses say that the cost of affordable building or the efficient building is not that high than the normal building that you are building. So you might have a very small delta. So what I think is, first of all, this information, the understanding, knowledge, that is key thing, because we, even for informed audience, we have some sense of notion that the efficient or the resource, whatever, the second class building would be much costlier than that. Even if we do not, we speculate that. But many of the analyses are telling that margin, that delta is very small. If people know that, and people also know the consequences of the benefits of that particular front investment that they will make, they will certainly go for it. And combined with, as the point of business as usual, we are not in a business as usual. In many of the discussions, if you have 10 years where you do not really know that the weather patterns that we see may be behaving the way or not, then you are really going to shell out anything that is with, it is at your stake. You should be doing everything possible. But tragedy is that we are still, contemplating, is it affordable, it is not affordable, it is available, it is not available. And many of the discussions, we are using the same as, I think I go with Professor Lal's statement on that one point, that we are taking the learnings from the back and putting that in the front. Possibly collateral free, possibly some other innovative ways of lending the money. So all that needs to be brought in, not only in the technology, but in all sphere of it.
Is there any kind of helpline, or is there any kind of consultancy being provided to the person who is trying to build his house, that these are the better alternatives, this is what you should do? Instead of talking, oh, we should be future ready, of course, let's be present ready. If we can consult someone, this way you can build much more affordable, green, and it will benefit you, of course that person will go for that. What do you like to say on these things?
Thank you. First of all, I have to commend the BMTPC. Go to their website and you can check out materials and technologies which are there right in front of you.
It's not possible for every person. What I feel, it should go to the panchayat level.
Okay,
some educated person, some knowledge should be there, that they can tell an individual who is not able to do a website and do a research before making anything.
Excellent. I think, so what you're talking about is a communications bridge. a project, a helpline, a communications bridge, a project that can reach with great ease, with precision of information and help to anybody who needs to build themselves a house or to a small developer who's doing something in a small town. That we need. And I must say IIFL is on that task today. And it's not a bad thing to do. It's a good beginning. Yeah, it's a really good beginning. In addition to that, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, if you go to the Eco-Niwas Samhita website, I think the website needs to be made more accessible and easier to navigate, but there's a host of type designs and information and technologies that is available there. All right? So now, recently, more type designs for self-built homes, beneficiary-led construction, also have been developed, have been given to the ministry. All right? They would be also on a website. Ministry is talking about developing an app which can lead you to the appropriate information in simple ways. I think that task is yet to be addressed. But let me put something else in your mind. Everybody has said here that it doesn't cost you more to do the right thing. You can have a safe house, you can have a more comfortable house, it can be a lower carbon than what was traditional construction. That is available to you. Now, everyone who's going to afford a house, is looking for a house, should be able to make the demand of these things from their designer, from their developer, from anybody who's providing homes, and say that unless you provide these things in my home, I will not buy it. The user must become the person who demands performance, not us administrators and government servants and educators and so on, not us. The user must demand performance. I think the time has come to launch that movement.
Also, can we have an app or something where a home, whosoever is trying to build, just selects the location and he gets a complete solution for his place, wherever he is building his house. Okay, these are the things that you can use. This is the availability. This is the person from where you can buy this stuff and everything. Whole solution for that. I can do that if you provide me the funds. I'm an IT company. I can easily do that.
Thanks. Yeah, mine is just a fact-based question to gentleman from BMPTC. When you mentioned that there should be a lower cost loan, 0.5% or something you said, if you're using building materials, green building materials. Maybe you didn't say it, maybe Professor Lal. Okay, so is there a pot of money somewhere that's making the lender whole? Because the lender is not the agent. How is the lender absorbing that foregone interest rate? And why should the lender go for these lower, less lucrative loans than he would otherwise do? What's the incentive for the lender to give a lower
The
cost?
incentive will go to the ADB who's financing the lender, right? I mean, this incentive will be provided by the driving investors who have committed themselves to a low carbon future. They should be willing to shed that 0.25% or 0.5% of their returns to incentivize at the final implementation stage. That's where it should go. That's my opinion. I don't know how it works.
So to replicate this, you need the government of India eventually has to take over this function that the ADB is demonstrating.
Yeah. So in many parts of the world, it's the sovereign government that stands guarantor for such incentives. All right? I think the government of India can do that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, Professor Lal, coming to your question, you mentioned that the bigger developers are moving from, pulling out from the affordable housing sector. And you also mentioned that land is a very little resource that is very limited. So any steps being taken for these developers that they should be interested into these projects? Green ratings are there, they're using the incentives, but finally the product is that it is not being implemented. 15% FAR is also being given in Haryana if we talk about. But final product it is STPs are not working, things are not working. So these developers are pulling out. So what is the way forward for these developers to come into the picture?
I think the strategy would require to be that it will be a partnership with state, where the state will provide leasehold land, acquire the land, provide it on leasehold to potential developers in partnership, and there would be some mechanism worked out. So that the market speculative cost of land, all right, it's a speculative cost of land, is not, that cost is not transferred to the eventual buyer or renter, okay? I think without that policy, we are not going to move. Second thing is the tendency of developers has been to be very comfortable working in the NCR, around Mumbai, inside, just on the outskirts of Ahmedabad or in Bangalore. They are not moving into the second tier and third tier cities where they don't have large parcels of land, although the land is very economical. I mean, we worked on a project, unfortunately it didn't take off, in a city of Ambur in Tamil Nadu, which is a leather industry hub. High quality exports go from there. Huge employment potential. People are flooding to that center, okay? Many places in Tamil Nadu are like that. Small towns where land is cheap, developers can certainly move in, government can have a joint program with developers, and you'll find it, you can hit the affordability line of households that are earning, say, 20 to 30,000 rupees a month. It's possible, but it requires that level of intervention. And developers to take interest in the smaller towns.
Just to add to your thing, during COVID time, there was urban migration, and those things you all know. So Government of India, I don't know whether you know about it, Government of India started a very novel scheme under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana called Affordable Rental Housing Complexes. And it's a very successful scheme in small towns, Wherever you have factories and big workforce, there Government of India is for green alternate materials. If you use green alternate materials, we do provide up to 10%. 10% of the project cost. I mean, per dwelling unit and per dormitory bed, we are providing 20,000 rupees, 40,000, 60,000 rupees. And that way, a lot of developers and agencies are coming up front and using green and sustainable materials as well as these technologies I talked about. In fact, in Tamil Nadu and all, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, the scheme has been very successful. And you all can go to the website and see that ARSC. Affordable rental housing complexes. So incentivization first in terms of technology innovation grant, which we are providing, TIG, and other things are tax holidays, tax incentives and all by central government as well as by state governments.
We have been talking about the green affordable housing, but the real danger is to the affordable housing itself, considering that of late there has been a decline of almost more than 20% in affordable housing supply as well as sales. And most of the developers are now interested only in building luxury or premium segment housing for the obvious reason that the margin of profit is much more there. So how do you, the panelists would like to address this issue?
What you said clearly is that if you're a private developer, you want to go where the profits are the best. Obviously, you'll do that. And so until the demand for middle income and high income housing is fully met, you're not going to be interested in taking up affordable housing. Clearly, if housing for all is a national commitment or if it's a national priority, the state has to step in. Market forces are not going to do a magic in this direction. You can shift it a little bit, but not significantly. State has to step in. And I told you, one of the ways of doing it is to provide land on a leasehold basis.
Yeah, one point is I think the demand aspect, as Professor was mentioning, this has to come from the demand side. For instance, again, the education and information. For example, as a consumer or as a buyer, if we insist that, I am looking for this, and if at all you are willing to pay maybe 10 rupee more than what it is, then developer will come. Developer is a businessman. He will look for a margin. And until and unless he sees a margin, he won't be forced to do housing. So the point here is, I think we, first of all, as an individual, we have to recognize it is not the business as usual situation where I can afford any dirty cement to use, any inefficient light or bulbs or motors to be used. That much recognition we should have. And upon our response, then the builders will come. If hundreds of us will be demanding for the building to make efficient, certainly the builder has to build that. So the point here is we are either not well informed, or even if you are informing, you are not really aware of the consequences, externalities of the actions that we are doing. Of course, that is our mentality is. But then if at all we want to respond to a better times, we have to make that choice. We have to get that point.
I have to make another point that the buyers are helpless. In the last about 1 year, builders have been buying land left and right. They have been resorting to land banking. As a consequence of that, in the last over 1 year, the land prices have gone up by 100%. So this is the same situation which was happening in 2008 when there was a property bubble which had developed. So there is still a danger of property bubble developing which will hit affordable housing.
I think if we are done with the questions, we should conclude then, sir. Thank you to all the panelists for their time and valuable insights. Thank you, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded an insightful exploration of green and affordable housing, delving into the heart of the matter, green affordable housing amid climate emergencies, sustainable design and green construction techniques. The panelists stressed on having mandated municipal bylaws to be able to push the cause for green affordable housing by following quantitative tangible aspects of performance indicators. Periodic performance tests should be undertaken to ensure continued efficacy. The ECPC has been binding under the Energy Conservation Act for any new buildings to follow the prescribed best practices, and it is only time that the level of enforcement of the code catches up on the uptake and upscale in all states across India. We would need to watch and monitor the carbon contribution and the impact on thermal performance of the building material we use to make our buildings green. The discussion highlighted challenges unique to affordable housing in India and showcased exemplary projects like the Lighthouse project under the Global Housing Technology Challenge initiative of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, exemplifying the use of cost-effective sustainable construction materials and techniques. For the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, buildings are one of the key areas of focus, and the climate changes we are facing right now call for urgent attention and action, which can be addressed by an amalgamated solution of the traditional vernacular knowledge and scientific technological tools. I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their enriching thoughts on this very thought-provoking discussion about our shelters, our buildings. Thank you. Following this insightful discussion, we will now be breaking for lunch. Please take this opportunity to recharge, savor a delicious meal, and continue engaging with your fellow participants. We will reconvene shortly for a more enriching discussion in our afternoon sessions. Bon appetit, and see you back here. Thanks.
Provide them with all. It's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agency, GBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their system to lend, give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Regency Trust Fund supports the developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, सोच के तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी होगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when, sir, we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go. to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from the, from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL for this to work with us and provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through the Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the Gold and 4-star level by India's leading agencies, IGBC and Blue. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achieving and perfecting the system to lend, to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Regional Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बन सकता है। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ, तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when, sir, we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we've only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Finance to work with in this sector and to provide them with all of this support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting the system to lend, to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, state and local housing units, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into the ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
Urban Climate Change Indigenous Trust Fund support the developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green, affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we've only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL to work with on this and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through the Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GREECA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting the system to then give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and will support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Resilience Trust Fund supports the developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ, तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
it is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from the, from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they had.
We chose IIFL to work with them to provide them with all of this support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through the Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information to support and build climate resilient standards, helping get certified at the Gold and 4-star level by Universities, IGBC, and India. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement and perfecting the system to lend, to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, with strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on rural housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. I've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, the state and local housing groups, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Leaders Trust Fund supports developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
to understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we have only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
It was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of this support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilient standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting their systems to give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Religious Trust Fund supports the developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
This journey started 3 years back, and one of the key triggers for this journey, I think the credit goes to NHP actually, because that was the time when we were told that there is a AFD line available about 4 years back, and that's when we got thinking, and that's how this spark got ignited from NHB. I would say that was the start of the journey. In the next phase of this journey, which is will see the real impact. So far, we've only been talking to developers. Ashok Lal sir has been talking very deeply about the subject, but it hasn't really fructified to the kind of stock availability is there.
It is the low-rise housing that gives you more associated space to the home. And when I put all these different variables together, many of them, I'm discovering that it is low-rise housing, right, that gives me a more affordable and a more sustainable DNA. The formula built into this form of housing is going to take you where you want to go to service the bottom of the pyramid.
You know, it was a tool which was used to evaluate buildings in the Indian context. That's very important. We did not adapt it from from some other code. That became the benchmark, and then you started evolving it over time.
We need demonstration projects because all lenders need quantified information. When you do this, when you use this material, you reduce the energy demand by X%. So if a defined event happens, then they get certain payout. They don't lose the whole exposure that they have.
We chose IIFL Home Finance to work within this sector and to provide them with all of the support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in its determination to build expertise in-house and develop a range of solutions through their Green Value Partner team to give developers the needed information and technical support to help them build with climate resilience standards, help them get certified at the gold and 4-star level by India's green rating agencies, IGBC and GRIHA. The third reason that has to be mentioned is that IIFL Home Finance also has an impressive track record of achievement in perfecting the system to lend, give home loans to low-income, economically weak segments with scale, a strong portfolio quality across many states in India, and also with a very deliberate focus on women borrowers and female homeowners. So that makes them a great development partner for ADB, amongst other reasons. The last reason I have to highlight also that stands out is IIFL Home Finance's great capacity to build partnerships and share knowledge. It's very unique for a private sector company to take on the mission of setting up a platform for dialogue and awareness building on green housing issues. But IIFL Home Finance has done just that. They've taken on the challenge through the Kutumb platform to organize events regularly across India that bring together all the stakeholders, the developers, policymakers, the state and local housing boards, and increasingly bringing community organizations also into that ecosystem. ADB is pleased to give our funding and our technical assistance support to IIFL Home Finance, and we support their efforts through the Kutumb events to continue their work in India in the green affordable housing journey.
The Urban Climate Change Regional Trust Fund supports the developing cities in Asia to reduce the risk from climate change and disasters. We are delighted to support this joint initiative for green affordable housing for women in India through supporting awareness raising and the capacity strengthening of housing sector professionals and the communities on green certified construction. We look forward to learning from all participating stakeholders, and we hope this collaboration can effectively contribute to the increased demand and the supply of green affordable housing, particularly for the lower income groups and the women.
मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे, ग्रीन डिज़ाइन बनाएंगे सोच के, तो वो अपने आप में ज़्यादा अफोर्डेबल भी बनेगा। हमने ये देखा, हमने बहुत जगह सर्वे किया कि 3-4 मंजिल बनाओ, 4-5 माला बनाओ तो कॉस्ट बड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। उससे ऊपर जाओ तो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ता चल जाता है।
Understand and recognize the importance of building green. That is the first step. Once that is done, all of us are here to help, to support, whether it is development institutions like us. We are here to catalyze the market, mainly to build the market and to provide finance, concessional finance. Then housing finance companies, banks, NBFCs, all of these people are there locally present to give the loan to you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a delightful lunch break. As we reconvene, get ready for another engaging session filled with insights and discussions. Let's dive back into our exploration of green affordable housing. Your active participation is the key to make these discussions fruitful. Let's make the most of this afternoon together. Moving on, with the interesting lineup of deliberations, we have our next session on green affordable housing landscape in India. green lending, refinance, and support to HFCs and developers. To begin the session, I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Ajay Jaiswal, Chief Operating Officer Compliance, IIFL Home Finance Limited. Operating Officer Compliance at IIFL Home Finance Limited. He is a fellow member of ICSI and a law graduate. He also holds an MBA degree from the University of Delhi. With over 21 years of experience, Ajay holds strong experience in BFSI, compliance, governance, alternate liabilities, and internal controls. Welcome, Ajay. I would also like to request Ajay to felicitate our panelists as I introduce and welcome them on the dais. Ms. Ekta Mehra, Senior Sector Specialist, KFW. Mr. Gagan Sidhu, Director, CEW, Center for Energy Finance. Ms. Mahua Mukherjee, Senior Research Fellow at the Oxford Institute of Energy Studies and Independent Director at IIFL Home Finance Limited. And joining us on the panel, I invite Executive Director and CEO, IIFL Home Finance Limited, Mr. Monu Ratra. Ms. Ekta Mehra is a Senior Sector Specialist at KFW, the German Development Bank. She facilitates finance for RE generation and energy efficiency projects. Ekta has over 15 years of experience as finance professional in investment banking and climate finance. Mr. Gagan is the Director of CEW, Center for Energy Finance, where his work is focused on advancing the energy transition in emerging economies. Gagan was previously advisor to CEF, in which capacity he supported the team in the areas of clean energy market and finance ecosystem. In parallel, he was also engaged in independently advising entrepreneurs and corporates on capital raising and deployment strategies in the renewable energy space. Ms. Mahua Mukherjee is a development economist and is currently working as Senior Research Fellow at the Oxford Institute of Energy Studies, and she sits on board of 2 impact investors in India. Welcome to the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the post-lunch session. So I'll just try to introduce the topic for this session, which is green affordable housing landscape in India, green lending, refinance, and support to HFCs and developers. So before starting, I'll just try to decode this into 3 parts. One is the India as a story. Because India, because of this dynamic and diverse landscape, facing dual challenges on this side. Because one is because of the ever-growing population and the rapid urbanization, there's a huge demand for affordable housing, which is ever increasing, because they also say that 70% of India, which will be there in 2030, is yet to be developed, right? So there's going to be ever rising demand on the affordable housing. Secondly, to see that this demand is being catered in a sustainable way. So there's a sustainable journey also being traveled together. So these are 2 challenges already when we talk about India as a story for housing. Then green lending, obviously, as of now, is not a very prevalent practice among the financial institutions. Here and there might be few institutions which have got green lending housing product as such, but that is also not impacting much or not very scalable as of now. Regarding the refinance, there have been certain experiences from the maybe KFW side, working with NHB, providing some kind of refinance for energy efficient houses, and also AFD France also working with NHB, providing the refinance to a housing finance company for green housing. And on the support to HFCs and developers, obviously refinance was such, and HFCs like us have been trying to make inroad in the green affordable housing. And obviously then talking to developers also. So all these stakeholders are there, and among these stakeholders, there is one more stakeholder, which is the customer. So there has been a requirement of making him aware that so that he can demand the greenhouse. And other than these, there will be developer who need to be provided the awareness, given capacity building, and also given a financial feasible model so that he can start supplying all these houses. So while these all stakeholders together, and there's one more stakeholder which is like us, banking and financial institutions, right? So who can, considering all these facets on the green affordable housing landscape in India, so who can be an anchor, who can drive these stakeholders together, and who can be so influential that they can control also this journey with them. So to dwell on the topic, I would like to request our panelists to just share initial remark on the subject, and then we can go into the much deeper questions and take the audience question as well. So I'll request Mr. Monu Ratra to start.
Thank you, Ajay. So I think we always felt that when we started our journey that the most influential, I would say, actor in this whole ecosystem is going to be a financial partner. And I think whether it's KFW or say ADB or anyone, I think that's the starting point of any initiative which requires a push from that side, right? So to make it a more commercially viable proposition. So I'll just take a cue from what I started with, that as far as the overall green lending is concerned, goes back to refinancing of the lenders who are eventually doing this, and the ecosystem to be developed so that the lenders get the money from the green ecosystem is going to be a very imperative thing here. I think in the previous panel there was one discussion that developers are not making affordable homes, right? So I think in case of Haryana's affordable housing policy, they came up with the initial guidelines. They did very well. Then suddenly for 2-3 years, no developer wanted to build because they had capped the per square feet rate for these developers. But then realized after 2 years, 3 years that this is not making it viable. They increased the rate by about 1,000 rupees a square feet. Then again, that scheme has got into motion. So I think government is also have to be proactive in understanding the practicality of it, this whole thing. And fortunately or unfortunately, lenders can only lend when the product is green. Only then is green lending. And as far as financial partners are concerned, there's an influence we can make, but there has to be the other party also has to be made equally, I would say, aware or conscious of it. Because when AFD gave that line to NHB, and NHB reached out to all the housing finance companies and they said, show us the portfolio where you have green but affordable housing. And nobody had any. And to disburse 800 crores, they took, I think, 3 years across all HFCs. So just a small amount of 800 crores took 3 years to get disbursed. So what it showed was that it was a total lack of supply of the asset class which needs to get created. So I think both these parts need to go together and they have to be dovetailed, whether it is the green financing ecosystem or it's the supply of those asset class to come by, and both have to go together in this whole journey. And I also feel that in terms of to ensure, so both the partners have to be seen in a positive light to encourage them to do that, right? And I think what I feel is, if we go by Mr. Lal's thing, how can we encourage the developer to push to this thing? I think we need to have, whatever we might say, but I think the Noida model, or for that matter, Ahmedabad city expansion model, were great examples of creating enough supply and prices were in check. So I think Noida and Ahmedabad are very, very great examples of it, how a good, effective town planning and government intervention can keep the land prices in check, hence ensuring that the supply is very much there. So I think the technical experts here have a very important role to play, but it's for the government to realize that this needs to be done. So I think, so we have to replicate those things, and hence the lending would come into fore as far as affordable homes are concerned. So I think just to end with it, as a initial remark, I would say that both in terms of the green ecosystem plus the availability of the asset class, both have to go together if we want to make this into a successful endeavor.
Moa ma'am to give the initial remarks.
Initial remarks, okay. Thanks. I really want to build on what Monu just said about creating the supply, and also based on what we learned this morning in the sessions, the demand is taking a very long time to come if we are expecting the demand to come from the buyers themselves. So I have this following idea, which is that we really need to look at the key stakeholders whom we need very carefully and look at what motivates them. I think Dr. Sejal said this morning that everybody has to be commercially incentivized, otherwise they won't do it. So let's figure out how to commercially incentivize them, what makes sense, and then look for little bits of value that could be created that are not being created today. So, and how do we turn those into new sources of perhaps pull factor or push factor for the supply? And essentially, again, building on what we heard this morning, standard certification is really important. People will do what you reward them for, provided they understand the system that you're rewarding them with, and that it's not binary. You can have a gradual, you can have an entry-level certification, and then you can gradually improve, and the rewards should be commensurately rising with those. So we really need better rating systems and certification. And then we need some nomenclature. For example, we can have, I'm just using very simplistic terminology, you can have the green building, the standing version, which is made with reduce, reuse, recycle, and all the things Professor Lal was talking about. Then you can have the green, you have the standing building and you have the running building, which is once it's occupied and it's, who is making the decisions for the appliances, etc. inside. My contention is that neither a normal developer nor a normal occupant are the right people to know what to ask for. So waiting to ask for their demand to come along is not going to help. So essentially where I'm going with this, oh, and I had one more point to make, which is that the low-income buyer would like to maximize their floor area and not spend part of their money on getting a more efficient air conditioner, which has a lifetime cost that may be lower, but upfront costs more. So we can't expect them to make that trade-off. It's not fair to expect them to sacrifice to go green, even though people tell us that there is no sacrifice, but from the cash flow point of view, it looks that way. So I would say that we need to have a new entrant, which I'm calling for the moment a green co, like a green company that is coming along with expertise in what makes the running building green, and that would be the energy consumption, the water we heard about this morning. We didn't hear about cooking, clean cooking also we need. We need waste management, which was talked about in terms of the sewage treatment plant, but we also need the biodigester. I'm talking about a group housing, low-income development. And I'm also talking about e-mobility, which is like a 10-seater shuttle to take you to the nearest metro station with a solar charger for the shuttle that belongs to the building and moves you. So you're taking care of these energy consumption needs. And the key thing is that we must involve other, when we look at all the stakeholders, the urban local body, the municipal decider for the land, usually I've heard that in Bombay and in other places they're giving it 50 kilometers away from the city center. If we incentivize them by giving them some sort of a financial instrument that they will hold on to, if they're a co-owner with the developer in this affordable housing project, they will see that the closer they make the property to the city center, maybe on the urban outskirts, they also stand to reap some benefit, some dividend. Property values will increase, their fees and taxes they can charge, if they're allowed to tax, will go up. So they are a key stakeholder, a frontline stakeholder in the success of this green affordable housing project that would address the land issue, the locational issue. And then just to conclude on this point, I'm saying that we should consider creating a new asset class. So we have one group of normal builders, normal buyers that are putting up the shell of a non-green building. And then we have something which we can give a name to, like a government's net zero partner or whatever you want to call it. And we tie up with the carbon market. And essentially, you are saying to them that I want you to put in appliances that you know for the next 15 years will continue to deliver low carbon benefits. And the sensors costs are getting really cheap now. So we actually need to be measuring and monitoring all the time so that you can prove it. This would be smart, accountable climate finance that you're looking for, where I can give you a mountain of underlying data with the corresponding data analysis that can be verified for a geolocated building. We need these to be aggregated. Thousands of buildings would be under the custody of one net zero partner, and they would be certifying and providing the analysis that for 15 years these buildings are offering low carbon benefits up to the certifications. If I slip a little bit, then my corresponding reward that year will be lower. My climate finance reward will be lower. So it's objective. Everybody's measuring it all the time. We have those means now. So the time dimension is very important. It's not a fit and forget. Kind of on day one, it was declared a green building and then we forgot about it. So this type of thing, I know from the other side of the table, people are reluctant to give climate finance to developing countries because they say that it's all either greenwashing or it's, they're not accountable, it's corrupt, whatever. So you would be directly addressing that with the data and evidence. And these asset classes, you need two revenue streams. You need one revenue stream so that this aggregator, GreenCo, who gets cheap loans to put in all the greenness, the green package essentially for energy, water, cooking, whatever, mobility. That is a very low cost, long tenor. So he needs to recover enough revenues to be able to pay his debt service. That's one thing. And you also need another revenue stream, which is to pay his O&M. So at the end of the year, depending on what standard he met for the operation of the buildings, he earns some kind of a known amount, and that has to be funded from somewhere. And lastly, the urban local body is given a certificate and told that in 10 years' time, this thing will have at least 5x of its face value. And if it doesn't, then the state government or the central government is underwriting it and will make you whole. But hopefully the market demand for this thing will be such that in 10 years' time, it'll be worth much more than 5x of the nominal face value, and we tie it up with the carbon market. I'll stop here, but obviously lots to be worked out, but this is the concept. Find new asset classes. Yeah. Okay.
Right, thanks. So, I was joking with the fellow panelists earlier that I'm probably the person with the least direct insight into the housing sector, but which also sort of puts me at a slightly, I guess, interesting perch, where I can look at the housing sector, look at green housing, but through the eyes of somebody who's working more on the renewable energy and the EV space, right? So, and some of the points I'm going to make are probably things that you've heard earlier on, but think of these as things that struck me as I started digging a bit deeper, right? One is, of course, that housing, not green or whatever, but housing in general is really, really important for the economy, right? Something to the tune of 7% of GDP, and I believe the second largest generator of jobs after agriculture. So it's an important sector to be talking about, important to be looking at, right? And what really struck me was I actually I came across some reports that stated that real estate is expected to grow at about 19% on average every year over the next decade or till 2030.
which is 2x, let's say, of GDP growth, right? More than 2x of GDP growth. So even more reason to be thinking about it. But then, you know, when you look at green in terms of housing, that's where I think one needs, or it actually requires a slightly more evolved way of imagining what green is, right? And I'll tell you why. Because if you look at renewables, renewable energy or EVs, the way green is often thought of or defined for those two things is purely from an emissions perspective. And lucky for them, the emissions are zero, you know. So it's pretty easy to be certified green if you're a renewable energy business or if you're an electric vehicle, because the only test is emissions. Now, the reality is that for housing, the definition of green itself, I sort of saw, is really more complex, and it's got many more shades. It's got many more ingredients that go into defining what is green, right? The good news is, of course, that India's sovereign green bond framework, of the 9 project categories that it's got green buildings as one of the project categories. And remember, there was a fairly sizable sovereign green bond issuance earlier this year in 2 tranches, Jan and Feb, which means, you know, putting pricing and greening aside, that there is appetite not just for this, but for all the project category end uses, right? Because the proceeds of that money have to be applied to one or more or all of these 9 categories. So implicitly, if the market is accepting a $2 billion issuance, what it's saying is, yeah, green buildings is something that I believe is worthy to be classified as green. And that same green bond, sovereign green bond framework also goes on and talks about how, I'm talking about flexibility here, how it's not just one type of certifying agency. It allows for national, regional, as well as international sort of certification. And I think that if you were to go beyond this narrow definition of green and include social sustainability and sustainability linked end uses, then you've really got a wide range of things, that money that is raised as or for any of those purposes can be deployed, right? So suddenly the canvas expands quite a bit. So, you know, a lot to talk about, and looking forward to learning more than probably I'm going to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I circle back to Manu's original remarks, how financiers are one of the key stakeholders and also instigator of the market in a certain way. For the benefit of the audience, I come from KfW, that's the German Development Bank, owned by the German government. And what we essentially do is we offer concessional finance to the sovereign, to the government of India. So which also means that we are not able to directly work with the private sector developers. That's really important to clarify here, because I often get requests that, okay, this is a new green building which we are doing, how do we get finance for the same? Sorry, we can't do that, but our partners can. So what we do is we work with financial institutions, financial intermediaries like National Housing Bank, like State Bank of India, and we have these open lines of credit wherein we set the criteria for energy efficiency, and when the project meets those criteria, that can be refinanced under our lines of credit. So coming back to also the Noida project, incidentally, many of the Noida projects were financed under the KfW National Housing Bank line. And that was a line done way back in, I think in 2016 or 17, it was already over, or even earlier. So that was our initial experiment with this concept. What we mean by green building, we actually look at this entire housing concept from the energy efficiency lens. So as Gagan was mentioning, there are different definitions of green. What as financiers or what as KfW we look at is energy efficiency component of it. The other aspects are treated as good to have. We don't say that you don't do it, but they are more in the category of good to have rather than a necessary condition to be part of our lines of credit. So our key learnings from that National Housing Bank line of credit was we were targeting the house owners. Their housing loans were getting refinanced under the line. What happened was we understood the house owner is not in a position to kind of dictate and to get more green buildings. They're not able to do that. The person actually making a difference is the developer. They design the building and they make the building in a manner which has a big repercussion on the people living in that house. So with our SBI line of credit, which is a 250 million euro line of credit, we tried to kind of learn from our old learnings and include developer finance as part of this line of credit. What we can do is we can finance developers who achieve energy efficiency going up to 20% as compared to a normal building in the market today. And if they meet that, they are eligible to be financed under the State Bank of India line of credit. To support this initiative, we also have a 10 million grant which is available. And that is exclusively there for the developers if they meet additional energy efficiency requirement, which is like a norm setter or demonstration project for the market, so to say. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekta. So I'll go back to Monu on this. So we are talking about the green lending practices. So and obviously, financial institution FI can be a great influencer here. But then, what about the green borrowings per se, right? So would request you to throw some light on this. Along with that, other than this, what strategy can be employed by the some financial institutions to make it a sustainable business model?
Yeah, thank you, Ajay. So I think before I answer that, I would just take a cue from what Mama ma'am just said. So like it's like you had SaaS, software as a service. Now you also have a concept of cooling as a service. So this I learned that, okay, the buildings are getting cooled by different entities. So possibly this could be gas, like greening as a service, right? So this concept is already there, and cooling as a service is already picking up in the world to see, because they set up all the plants there and they just pay a rent for that. So possibly it sounds a great idea to take it forward, right? Yeah. So just coming back to Ajay's point. So I think in the current time we are living in, for a financial institution, it's a tough road ahead, right? Because I think if you look at criteria which are defined, which are very easily defined. For example, RBI says you have to do PSL lending, priority sector loans. It's defined by very numerical parameters, very easy to do. And as Gagan mentioned, now green financing, how do you prove? So you go to a banker and he says, how do I know? What have you done? So that's the problem statement. And I think we are living in that chicken and egg situation here currently. So what's going to come first? So I think at least in our lifetimes, we'll have to do the more hard work to define this. I think as a financial institution, as per me, there are two easy ways first to create that asset class. One is to finance the developer and ensure that he makes green. So there's enough supply so you can do green mortgage, retail mortgage. That's one side of it, which I feel is a fairly easier way to do this. Create your own supply and then you finance that supply. One very captive way to do it. The second thing which I feel which is there is that, which now we have a project with another DFI where we're trying to work on a project of minimal standards of green for self-construction houses, right? And I think that's another area you can make it successful, right? So with the DFI partner, they've defined as 7 things to do. You do these 7 things, hence it is green, and that's how it is. So something like this experiment seems to be the next easiest way to create that supply to your side, right? So because unfortunately in housing finance, you need the supply, only then you can deploy. We can't do it independently. So I think these is 2 things for creating the asset class in that way, which is there. And also I think we need to look at both social and green together in this way. And I think what I feel is, although there's been no study, but I'm sure there would have been a study that if a person moves from a very informal kind of housing to a formal housing, also there is a impact on energy or water contamination otherwise. I think that's a very relevant standard which we should make in India, to say that if people move out of slums and they move to a formal housing, what does it do? Who has decided that what is green? Nobody has decided what is green. It's a concept coming from outside and they're saying that this is what is green. So I think the concept of people relocating from areas which are where they don't have any drainage system, there's no sewage system, and then they're moving to formal housing. So I think getting a very baseline thing there would be a very big plus for people to work on this, and it's very easy to get rid of it. But although again for a financial institution it's not easy for them to do this, but wherever it is relevant. So what I generally feel is from the government point of view, make it very easy for the financial institution to fund this space, one. From a financial institution point of view, I think today they cannot survive without having I would say a technical know-how of delivering this product. You can't say I'm a financial institution, I don't care what I do. I'm sure if you're talking about Zomato, so they would have more, although it's into delivery of food delivery, but I'm sure 90% of the people they hire would be engineers or data scientists, right? So I think you're living in times where the financial institution have to change the mix of people you have. Typically, it can't be the classical finance company. Then okay, you have chartered accountants and MBAs of the world, and that's the end of the story. So it needs to get more heterogeneous in that nature. So that's an inside-out approach for that financial institution to make sense. We are trying our bit to do that. So I think today we'll have at least about 15, 16 people who are dedicatedly working for this cause. And you can pick up any other housing finance company, they won't even have two, right? So we're investing in having people who have that expertise, who work continuously to create that ecosystem and internally creating that portfolio to do that. So I think that's one side of the financial institution to do. The other side, which I feel which is very much possible, is that to explore, understand the systems and the certifications which are relevant in the entire world, so that the DFIs can feel comfortable of what you are creating. I think that's another benchmarking every financial institution needs to do to do that, a part of it, and becoming eligible. And what we have personally seen is the last 3-4 years, everybody has understood the practicality of it, and they are also ready to accommodate to the reality of it. Like for example, one DFI said, okay, we only want edge certification. We'll not do anything else. So we said, there's no building of edge, what do you do? Right? So what are we ending up, right? So then they decide, okay, fine, we'll add IGBC also into it, or Segreha into it. So I think for a financial institution, there has to be a role of, I would say, advocacy at the financial institution level, plus internal systems and processes to look at. And then I'm sure you can go to sky's the limit as per me. Yep.
Thank you, Manu. So just taking this further on the roles of financial institutions, right? And questions to you, Gagan, because you have seen from the renewable side, right, both domestic and international. So do you see some kind of feasible financial model which are working in the renewable space domestically or internationally, which can be replicated for housing sector?
Sure, thanks. So let me just first begin by saying that, there's a lot of, if you think about it, there's certain fundamental similarities between renewables, EVs, and housing. I mean, at the outset, you'd probably think, what is a renewable plant got to do with the EV, got to do with the house? The fact is, these are hard physical assets which you can touch and feel, and from a banker's perspective, also repossess, right? if you have a bit of a problem. So such assets tend to be majority debt financed, right? Now, whether it's majority debt at a project level, such as, for a renewable energy project, or at a consumer asset level, like let's say a vehicle, or housing loan. The loans to value will differ, but it'll be majority debt financed. And to sort of further think about this is, think of a software business, right? Software businesses are hardly ever debt financed, although the concept of venture debt is emerging. But those are all venture capital, venture equity financed. So the role of financial institutions as vehicles of delivery of debt, very, very important, whether you're talking about renewables, whether you're talking about EVs, whether you're talking about housing. And just to give you a sense how big these loan books are, the loan books of Indian banks, I'm not talking about NBFCs, just the banks for the power sector is something to the tune of $80 billion. As a matter of fact, the NBFCs actually are much bigger because PFC and REC together are about $100 billion. You add IREDA, you add L&Ts, you're probably talking about $220, $250 billion for the power sector, which banks and NBFCs have, right? So big exposure. The auto loan books, by the way, I was pretty surprised, are also quite substantial. The auto loan book of banks is about $60 billion, and of NBFCs is about 80. So $120 odd billion out there. Sorry, $140 odd billion. Slight difference, these will be shorter tenor. The power sector loans will be longer. But anyway, so big numbers. And I think Monu was telling me that the housing loans are, how much? 30 lakh crores. So wait, I don't even know how much that billions, maybe like 300 billion? Four?
This should be,
400 billion, right? 354. So these are big exposures, and therefore you immediately figure out that a financial institution has a very important role to play. Now it's difficult to extract. I told you those numbers for the power sector, that's 220, 250. For autos, it's about 140. Mind you, this is not just for green, this is for everything. It's a bit difficult to extract the green component of those numbers, but I'll give you 2 data points, right? Today, the share of renewable energy in terms of installed capacity is already over 40%. So that's in terms of installed capacity. In terms of generation, so on average, there's light out here, at any given point in a year is about 22% green in India. Of course, it varies on the day, varies on the state, varies during time period, but over a 12-month period, Jan to December, across the country, 22% green. But think of 40% as the bigger number. EVs, even though they crossed 1 million registrations last year, the penetration is about 5%. So if I were to say, which one of these 2 sectors is probably looking more like affordable green housing, I'd probably say EVs than renewables, right? Because although intuitively you might just think renewables, it's more like it, but it's actually not, right? And because when you think about renewables as a source of generation for the buyer is already cheaper and far cheaper than the non-renewable counterpart, right? Historic lows in price discovery for solar was something like 2 rupees, but now it's gone to 250, but that's still way, way lower than thermal. So it's cheaper for the consumer to buy. It's also cheaper for the developer to borrow because the pricing on renewable energy loans is far, far lower than it is for conventional. And fast forward to electric mobility, your EVs are actually more expensive to buy. And in some cases, particularly in the segment which is where volumes are moving, and that segment is in 2-wheelers and e-rickshaws, and the big lenders there are NBFCs, perhaps even more expensive to borrow money. So, there's a lot more parallels, I think, between EVs and where green affordable housing is. And I'll just give you 2 examples of how EVs have overcome it. So while I said, just 5% of in terms of penetration, 1 million is not a shabby, amount in terms of volumes. And in terms of EVs, there's 2 things. One thing on the correcting for the price disadvantage, and the other is correcting for the financing cost disadvantage, I'll point out. When it comes to EVs, there are actually 3 sets of incentives available to buyers of qualifying EV models. So not every EV model qualifies, but to qualifying EV models, which actually correct and inverse that price disadvantage. So for example, there is a national level FAME subsidy on qualifying models, not so much for 4-wheeler passenger cars, but at least on 2-wheelers. which gives a fixed amount. There's also a lower GST, right? A lower GST on EVs. And on top of that, there's several states which have their own, I'll call them mini FAMEs, that add up to this, that add on to this. So for example, we came out with a report early this year that showed, we looked at a two-wheeler EV in Maharashtra, and the sort of pre-subsidy cost of that was something like 1 lakh rupees, right? The IC counterpart was something like 75,000. By the time you subtracted the cost from the EV and you sort of added the various duties, etc., which also, by the way, exempt, what we found was on road that EV was suddenly 75,000 rupees and the IC was 1 lakh, you know. So you do have programs, incentives in place that correct a inherent price disadvantage, if indeed that is the case for some of the solutions that count for green. And second is, I'll just point out, SBI has got a program out there for four-wheelers, EVs, where they're giving a 25 basis point reduction in cost. So, EVs to me look a lot more like green housing than renewables. And a couple of examples where EVs, in the case of EVs, where both the price and the financing disadvantage is being compensated for.
So next question, I mean, just taking it further from there to ma'am, to you, because on these international practices also, because you've been part of the World Bank for so long and now you're working as a senior research fellow for Oxford Institute of Energy Studies, right? So on those international practices which are there on this model, do you feel we can also adopt some kind of innovative things from those practices in India to be able to cater to this demand?
That's a great question. Thanks for asking that, because I think that we should adopt the approach but not the contents. We really, really need to generate our own contents. We need to look at what's green in our tropical climate. We need to understand, because the energy and water usage is very different patterns and so on. So first of all, I think, this comes to a capacity building kind of question that you've asked. I think the general person who understands how a bank account works should, in the near future, at government expense, receive awareness-raising messages to understand the concept of payback in terms of investing in water-saving devices or energy-saving devices, energy efficiency. This should become a kind of mainstream understanding. And that no individual can pay for the cost of that awareness raising. It has to be the government through messages funded by them and designed by maybe others. But so that awareness raising is really important for India. Next thing on capacity building is, I think we really need to rope in our R&D institutions, and we need to look at what is, first of all, on the standards. We've been talking about standards. We need far more user-friendly standards and achievable, that are easy to communicate, and gradations. So one thing the R&D institutes need to be helped with is standards, which are appropriate for India. Second thing is climate-appropriate materials, and the test could be, of course, Professor Lal is the expert here, but I think we could just, for the general public, we could say that what are the climate-appropriate materials, depending on which part of the country you're in, that would allow you to stay at 24 Celsius inside your dwelling with minimal mechanical cooling requirements. How can you come up with materials? And we need competitions. I really believe that India should be running lots of competitions with prizes awarded under the understanding that whatever you come up with then becomes open source property. So you get paid off with your prize, big fat prize money, and then your idea belongs to the general public. So we need the climate appropriate materials for India that don't exist, but if we develop them, they would be, and for India's different climate zones, then they would apply throughout the developing world. So this would not be a one-time thing. This would be widely applicable for the global south. Another thing is that we really have a shortage of independent verifiers. We really need to train people. If we were going for this accountable climate finance and smart climate finance, where we are providing lots and lots of documentation for our claims, then we really need the monitoring and the verification. This morning's sessions, for those of us who were here, Professor Lal and his panel were saying that there's no enforcement, no monitoring, no follow-up. We just sort of put something out there in the ether and just hope that that'll be followed. So we really need, that's another capacity building gap. I have lots of others, but I just want to mention one, which is the other entity which is in urgent need of training is the urban local body and the municipalities and everybody. They need to understand what kind of stake they can get in this. What is the linkage between creating these things and good locations and the spillover benefits, etc. So there's a lot of training needed there. And then, of course, the usual suspects like the architects, engineers, students, next generations, end users, lenders, everybody else. But we need the thing for Indian, things that apply to India. That was the main point.
Taking it further, Ekta, question to you, Ekta, because from international practices we can copy the approach, right? So what has been your experience while working in India? Because I understand the KfW in Germany is a different institution and they are driving the energy incentive in different manner. But here you're trying to make inroad in the housing and following probably the V rating also. So what has been your experience and the challenges that you can explain to the audience?
Sure, thank you for the question. I would say the biggest success for any financial institution is when the money actually flows. So when we see disbursement, I think that's the biggest success which we count as success. However, well-designed a program may be, if the money is not flowing, there is a problem and there is an issue around it. So yes, and the challenges which we face are also around the same lines, around when the disbursement is not happening. That's a big, big challenge. Why does the disbursement not happen? A non-availability of the asset class, I think that's, how do we define that asset class? That's a big thing. But we cannot really change the basic element of that finance. We are doing green finance. We are supporting or promoting energy efficient housing. So we cannot change the essential element of that finance just to make it flow as well. So those are the constraints which we work under. So in the SBI line of credit, I think one of the key challenges which we are facing right now is that at the point when we designed the line, AC blocks were still something which was very much used by the building sector. Now, building technique has shifted to MY1, and MY1 basically, essentially, takes out that AC block as a element, as a building material. We, under the SBI line, are focused on the passive measures by which can make a building energy efficient and provide the thermal comfort for the people living in that building. So it does not just leave it on the home buyer on the choice of appliance which the home buyer has, but also the passive measure which the developer can decide at the building stage. That's something which we were trying to promote with this line. With AC block out of the system in the country, that it seems difficult because under MY1, yes, it is possible to use, I think, insulated material, but it does add to the cost. And given that RERA has brought in these timelines, it's a really tough ask. What do we ask from the developers? We can't really tell them that, no, this is the only thing that can be done. So that's one big challenge which we are facing because the market has moved, or the developer community market has moved in a way which is away from the envelope being energy efficient. And that's something it's really hard to manage on our own. Second, what we feel is the awareness about these topics, about energy efficient and being, which can be done in an affordable manner. I think it's the moment we hear the word energy efficient or green, we associate higher costs with that. and who will pay the higher cost? That becomes the next question. And every developer is of the view that nobody is willing to pay that green premium. The premium is for the location, the premium is for the building design, etc., but not for the green. The awareness that it can be done in a cheaper way, and there are real cheaper ways to doing it, is very low. So I would really like to applaud this initiative of Kutumb for doing that. We are also, in our small way, under the SBI TA program, trying to have these small rounds of developer workshops, wherein we try to raise the awareness about different building material which can be used, or different ways of achieving this energy efficiency, which is the ask for being eligible for finance under the line. But I think that's been the main challenge which we are facing.
Thank you. Just taking it further to Gagan, right? So obviously the success story is only when the money keeps on flowing. That is one. And obviously you've seen the definition of green having multiple shades, as you mentioned. So now, considering all these even challenges also which are there for this market, and so I would like to request you to discuss on the green bonds, considering all these possibilities, and if any other financial institutions are there in the international market or domestic market, and do you see it is growing further from here?
Right. So again, it's a really good question, and forget what I said about renewables not being like housing, because I'm going to talk about renewables green bonds now, because those are the only green bonds in the market. But I'll talk about some of the differences also, right? So first is, because it's, as I said, easy to be defined as green, because by definition a solar plant or a windmill does not release any emissions. It's the easiest thing to define as green and certify. It makes it easier for these guys to raise money. And the fact is that, we actually counted, we stacked up all the green bond issuances by developers out of India in a report a couple of years ago. And 2021 was actually a fantastic year. Indian developers in that year is something like $3.6 billion in the 6 months alone, which was more than in any previous full calendar year. So just in 6 months. And the other thing is that almost all of these issuances, if not all of them, were actually in the international markets. There's a couple of reasons why these guys went to the international markets. The first is, the interest rates on the USD, I'll use USD as a catch-all, was so very low. The base rates were negligible. Fast forward to now, where US treasuries are 5% plus, right? I mean, something like that. So we're talking about a sea of a difference. So it was very attractive. And I won't get into should Indian developers who have 20-year rupee receivables be going to the international markets despite hedging and all. That's a separate matter. But they went to the international markets, and this is the second point which I'm going to bring in now, which is, I think, relevant for housing. They went to the international markets because the same project loans that were being sought to be refinanced through the bond issuance could not actually find buyers, or will not find buyers in India, because the ratings of those bonds, should they be converted or should be bought out by the bond, would not be AAA rated. So there's a much deeper market internationally for high yield. In India, nothing but AAA, or maybe, literally AAA, right? So the good news is actually, as a asset class from a lender's perspective, I think housing is fantastic, right? Ajay, you're telling me that maybe the average loan document could be 20 years, but it's paid back in less than half that time, right? So your biggest risk is prepayment risk, right? Which is not the worst kind of risk to have. And I think the NPAs on housing loans also is the lowest in the. So I think, if it were to be converted or taken out through a bond, I would imagine it would be rated as high as it can get, right? So in a way, you already have and that credit disadvantage that renewables has, and that's really coming from the fact that from a lender's perspective, it's not so much the power plant, which is a value, it's the value of the cash flows. And you have 42 or 45 discoms in India which are at the end of the money trail. And it's very difficult, and some of them are worse, better than others, some are worse than others. So it's the discom credit rating which is actually feeding into power sector. But here you have a physical asset which you can repossess and sell. So that's the good news. I think the other thing to think about, and I think Monu, Ajay, you've also made this point, is that if we feel that a green bond, if it were to be issued and placed in the domestic market, could raise lots of money, where's it going to spend the money, right? That's where the pipeline comes in. So it's no good having lots of money being raised and nowhere to put it. And that's where I'll bring another example. I'll actually invoke the example of not just the power sector, but also green hydrogen and electric mobility, where target setting has actually played a very, very important role in developing the market. So I talked about subsidies as one lever to lower the cost disadvantage. I talked about incentive interest rates to lower the cost of finance disadvantage. But target setting is another very important, has a very important role to play. In the case of the power sector, there are three sets of targets which come to mind. One is that by 2030, India wants to have 500 gigawatt of installed capacity from non-fossil sources. That equates to, and the other target doesn't equate to, sorry, the other target is India wants to have 50% of its installed capacity from non-fossil sources. India also has a renewable purchase obligation trajectory, RPOs, which are incumbent on discoms as being the obligated entities, which says that by 2030, they want discoms to be purchasing 43% of their power. So it's not just an installed capacity target, it's also share of purchase, right? This 22% is supposed to more than double, almost double in the next 8 years. So target setting has played an important role. Target setting for green hydrogen is embedded in the National Green Hydrogen Mission. 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen production capacity by 2030. To give you a sense of what that means, today India's annual consumption of hydrogen of all hues is about 5 to 6, maybe 6 million metric tons. So by 2030, India wants to have as much capacity as it consumes today. And for electric mobility, there's no target, but there's a Niti Aayog vision where they want certain penetration depending on category for different types of EV. So there's a certain penetration for two-wheelers. I think it's 80% by 2030, and for e-buses and so on and so forth. So the question, I guess, from my perspective is, where's the target for green housing, right? Because if you don't have a target, I think it's going to be very difficult to imagine that things are going to happen by themselves. And the target doesn't have to copy or mimic these. It can be custom made for that. So I'll just close on that, Ajay.
So taking this discussion further, and where is the target? So I would request Monu to just provide those color on those targets, and then how do we see this as a future developing this market, considering those targets are there, demands are there, and stakeholders are going to be there.
Yeah. So I think we should all end on a very optimistic note. And I think there seems to be winds of change which are very, very strong. And I think we are at a cusp of a moment, I think should be what? My guess is 2 to 3 years, where you would have actually in a lot of countries you have a one ministry or one department which handles this for a country, right? Today, as Sejal showed, there are about 7 departments talking about this, right? So I think, and I think the realization is already there, and I'm very hopeful that in 2 to 3 years we'll have one common source of this coming. The other thing which I see on the targets, I think even if the way things are the way they are, I think at least we are mandating ourselves that in next 5 years, whatever financing, incremental financing we do, we like to see that at least ambitious number 8 to 10% should be green sustainable is what we are setting ourselves for. And we won't do a very meager in next 5 years number, so it will be a substantial number as well. So because I feel that everybody is, it's just a turn away kind of a situation, I get a sense of that. And we would just need a few more, I would say, kicks here and there, and it should be good. We did one exercise of comparing that what does our current environmental clearance, how many points will it score? The normal EC which every builder takes for its building, right? And if they had to stack out against the IGBC standards, right? So they already were scoring, I think, about 60 or 70 points, right? So basically we just have to add those couple of more points, and EC clearance is anyways part of every project clearance. So there's nothing big you have to do. It is just a realization which has to be there. You just add some couple of 3-4 more things, and you have it on your side. And the other thing which I feel which is going to make this movement more legit is going to be any which ways our costs of living as well. As Ashok Lal sir said that today, if you see in any group housing, if you're staying, you end up paying the maintenance cost of anything from 5 rupees to 10 rupees, staying in your own house, right? It almost looks like a rent you're paying, right? And I think the way it will reach a point when for a common person, it will start adding value to it to move otherwise, right? It's like the same fact that you saw the erstwhile ad of Maruti to say, "Ye kitna deti hai?" It wasn't that they were trying to save the environment. They were just, it was too tight for their pocket to sustain this. So I think we are heading towards that side to it with all these things. And I think that's when the demand will have a realization of, they'll have a different reason to move towards something else, but there's a reason to move there. And I think things should be pretty good, but as far as we are concerned, we will look at 8 to 10% kind of things. And ma'am, you have not spoken about the creating a carbon credit market for housing, which we have been discussing, so that it becomes a tradable commodity. If anybody has a pool of assets which is green certified. So I think that I find is a very interesting and exciting proposition to work forward. But as far as we are concerned, 5 years incremental, 10%. Yep.
So, you want to talk about that?
Well, I won't necessarily get into that because I know we are at the end of the session.
So maybe,
but I just want to say one thing on this, just following in Gagan's footsteps about the finding relevance in the renewable energy market. I would say that it's very interesting to see how certain multilateral lenders have done rooftop programs in India. ADB has done it, World Bank has done it, and how they designed it pan-India on almost a competitive basis. Like, so if you have, what I fail to see right now, and I think we need to have this, is the lighthouse projects that the previous panel was talking about. There's no sort of visible path of linking the findings from that into the next step, which is, so if that was a demonstration, you normally go from a demonstration to a pilot to learn various lessons all over the country. From there, you proceed to a program. You develop a program for which you then seek international funding. From the program, you then create a platform, like with your either National Housing Bank or anything else. And then from the platform, you go to the green bond, because then you've solved the problem, which Gagan was saying, is that where are the projects? So you create this pipeline of projects sitting on the platform, ready to go, because you've developed them based on your pilot and your learnings from there to a program and so on. So I think that, and tying this up with the carbon market, which would be another unique Indian characteristic, because we have the Indian carbon market, and Some credits cannot be traded, but voluntary carbon market can be traded. So there's a lot to be done, and I just think we need more coherence, and that's what was going to be my last remark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So if time permits, can we have 1 or 2 questions? Or there will be discussion, can be offline also. Shaunak?
I'm very able to ask because we got to edit it over here, actually put money where the mouth is. Yeah. So my first question, Ekta, 800 crores you said, all that's disbursed? And if yes,
no, SBI is at 250 million euros, which is around 2,500 crores or more.
Would you be able to share, if at all, where has this gone? Who has taken it?
No, it's not happened. No, it's not completely disbursed yet.
No, the other parts of it? No.
Sorry?
No, 800 crores you're talking about?
No, that was a 50 million euro. It's already done. It went.
The reason I'm asking is, for us who go to the field to really fight this fight, people need data that this has been done, and I think we don't celebrate this enough. We just not celebrate this enough.
True.
I think there are people who are doing the hard work, like IIFL is doing, and it's just when we and these are the stuff people ask the certification agencies ask us, because they work for us. It should be in their marketing material to say that, okay, you know what, there are people actually waiting to give you money in case you are eligible to take it. Yeah. My other question was to Monu. Monu, Gaurav talked about the targets, and you talked about carbon ones. Would you give a carbon target to yourself apart from the money? I mean, I'm just taking over.
No. So I don't think I'm in the. I would be able to guesstimate that number for sure. But I would say is that at least we can say that the 10% of incremental disbursements, whatever we do, would at least try to, if I may say from a current parlance, try to achieve a gold standard of IGBC, something like that. That's how I would put it like that. So I won't have a target.
My point is, if you just point to any standard, then it becomes again something which is prescriptive. So if you put a number like a carbon, then it becomes a target, because you talked about
right.
That was my question.
No, I like to hold myself back for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So if IFC supports us with lots of money, so I'm sure we'll commit.
I can't comment on that. But for sure, certification, yes.
Sorry? Yeah.
Yes,
true.
There's a lot of work to do.
They need more players on the field. They don't want to play all by themselves, having a target and nobody else has.
Yeah. So we just conclude with this. If there are no questions, right? Professor Lal?
Just a speculative thought. You talked about how it is, if you're on renewable energy, it's a self-evident thing. You don't have for it. It is big. And you talked about rooftop. Our research has shown clearly that 4-story housing, 60% of roof area, solar PV, meets the annual So, it combined rooftop 4-story affordable housing is by definition green, and no arguments need to be forwarded. So, can we do that? Can that become a model?
Yeah, let's make it a requirement.
Yes. And there are mechanisms, business mechanisms, and the electricity supply companies also are into this, which can think of this combination as a very powerful combination. And this is the route, in my opinion, to low carbon solar cities. Is it the route?
So if I can just add to that, there's I talked about the renewable purchase obligation trajectory, and that's incumbent on obligated entities, which are DISCOMs as well. That's gone through a little bit of a change recently, and now there's a separate rooftop RPO component in that as well. So there's a policy push there on that specific note to sort of get more and more rooftop. I think recognizing that rooftop has lagged big time, utility scale solar. So there is some hope there in terms of a policy target.
you. So my question is to Mawa ma'am. So there are some functions that green buildings have that are sort of parallel to the functions of the government or the municipal corporation, like, wastewater management, for example. I'm just giving one. And in your model, I believe, where you're calling that aggregator, Green Co would be sort of doing some of these functions. So what do you see the government's role here? Do you see it as a regulator, or do you see its role as a service provider in partnership with the Green Co, your aggregator in the model? Or, I mean, how do you see that? Do you see government subsidizing it? That's all.
Thanks. That's a really interesting question. First, in order to select sites where the Green Co or the greening as a service, as Monu put it, would come up, would be only in well-located, the urban local body has to be a fellow, like, passive investor. Urban local body doesn't have the technical knowledge necessarily, but they would be co-investor with the Green Co. Green Co is putting up the assets, it's like the RESCO in the case of the rooftop, where they own the assets and they amortize them over time, and they're getting payments with which they're repaying the loan. So it's project finance for the bundle of green assets. Whether there would be a subsidy or how we would structure the two streams of value that we need. We need one stream which is to pay them from somewhere they need revenues with which to pay their debt service obligations for the cheap loan that they took, the blended climate finance loan that they took. And the other revenue stream we need is to pay their O&M, depending on how they present the data analysis. Now, we must underwrite this from somewhere, otherwise they won't go into it. If we have to de-risk those two payment streams, and one is where the government, other than the ULB, the state government can be a co-owner of this. Another one is where international climate finance providers, essentially because these are very accountable, you have the geolocation of each of the 1,000 buildings in a portfolio, for example, that people are saying, this is the climate impact I'm buying by providing the money every year to pay for these two cash flow streams. Or you could have Indian investors who have needs to be net zero partners or whatever you call them, who will sponsor that. But essentially what I'm saying is you create an asset class that is different from the green building itself. It's the assured provision of the greening services on all these dimensions for 15, 20 years of time. So that's a structuring issue, and I'm thinking about that right now, what the alternative models are. But you're absolutely right to pick up on the point that you need a co-investor. Somebody has to either subsidize or fund this from externally. Thanks. I hope that, I don't know if that answers your question, but a little bit.
So with this, we conclude this session, and thank you to all the panelists for your wonderful experience sharing and going deep into the subject. And thank you, everyone. Yep. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded an insightful session delving into the green affordable housing landscape in India, green lending, refinance, and support to HFCs and developers. The panel explored executable options available for HFCs and developers with a focus on green lending, refinance, and support through innovative financial instruments like green bonds. The development that takes place by means of this green financing must be carefully to not be confused with greenwash scenarios and become genuine case studies exemplarily showcasing the concepts of green construction finance and mortgages. Key takeaways include an in-depth explanation of core concepts in green lending and refinancing, showcasing various innovative financial products supporting financing in the green affordable housing segment. We must adopt the approach and not the context when making our policies for green financing. And these policies would need to be as easy to understand as the end users may need to fully enable the implementation. The discussion also shed light on the enabling conditions required for green financing in India, emphasizing on National Housing Bank's refinance scheme for concession in the interest rates for greenhouse and green bonds. Moreover, the panel emphasized the crucial role of capacity building in providing directions for the development of green affordable housing pipeline across various aspects of financing and various groups of stakeholders, including encouraging formation of a new asset class who could become a beneficiary in the process. This session has undoubtedly added valuable insights into the landscape of sustainable housing finance in India. I thank all the panelists for sharing their enriching insights on this crucial topic. IIFL Home Loan Limited has been actively involved in revolutionizing the green affordable housing sector in India. We have a short clip on IIFL Home Finance Limited's various facets and initiatives across the spectrum. Can we have the clip, please?
In the world of IIFL Home Finance, we recognize that a home encompasses the hopes, aspiration, and cherished moments of individuals and families. We believe in 30 minutes Jhatpat solutions that signify efficient processes, intuitive responses, and inclusive growth that plays a vital role in our financial and sustainable success. Through our wide network, we cater to the evolving financial needs of marginalized sections across the nation, progressively facilitating affordable home loans to EWS and LIG, especially first-time home buyers. We also offer secured business loans, including Shakti Loan, which is a small-sized loan against property, to meet the working capital needs of small-scale businesses. In alignment to Housing for All, we facilitated CLSS subsidy of Rs 17.5 billion to over 73,000 beneficiaries and funded over 12,500 loans to PLC and AHP schemes under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Here's a snapshot of our financial growth. Our business model enables operational efficiency and value creation. We foster exceptional employment practices and invest in creating a cohesive workplace, providing intelligent, best-in-class tech edge, reducing the turnaround time and offering instant solutions. We also remain committed to creating social impact by using our resources and efforts to uplift communities and reduce our carbon footprint, leading to a successful, profitable, and sustained business. Inclusive growth for our business, our people, all stakeholders, and the communities we serve is what drives us. Welcome to our world.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the culmination of our day-long exploration into the realms of green and affordable housing, it is time to reflect on the rich insights gleaned from the three compelling panel discussions. We have navigated the profitability, sustainability, and financial landscapes of this crucial sector, uncovering executable options, innovative financial instruments, and transformative power of green initiatives. Our esteemed panelists have illuminated the path towards a future where affordability, sustainability, and profitability coexist harmoniously in the housing sector. From tax incentives to green lending and from policy reforms to case studies, each session has contributed to a comprehensive understanding of the challenges and opportunities in shaping a greener and more affordable housing landscape in India. As we move forward towards the closing remarks, let's carry these insights forward, inspired by the potential of positive change in the housing sector. Stay with us for the final reflections and closing remarks as we cap off the day, filled with knowledge, collaboration, and a shared vision for a more sustainable housing, future in housing. With this, I would now like to invite Mr. Monu Ratra to share his closing remarks.
So I think already Ankita has done a fabulous job, so I have nothing much to say. I would just like to thank everyone to be partnering in this initiative, and we will continue this journey even further. Whether the headwinds are favorable or not favorable, but we'll continue our wading ahead. And we won't let this die here. And the next phase of Kutumb, what we are envisioning and imagining is going to be different. It should be out there in the field and not inside five-star hotels and the air conditions things. So that's going to be our next vision of Kutumb 2.0. Which is going to be right on the field. It's going to be about dissemination through use of technology. It's going to be about creating repository of best practices which can be disseminated at the ground and the base level. And we'd like to reach out to people where actually the capacity building matters, and hope to seek your guidance and blessings for the Kutumb 2.0. We'll keep everybody posted what we are doing. But the next phase is going to be more grueling, and we'll have to have more sweat to be given to this Kutumb 2.0. And thank you so much for being here, and hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your profound insights and visionary perspective on the green housing sector in India. And now, on behalf of Asian Development Bank, we have Dr. Misha Lenz, Senior Urban Development Specialist for Finance and Investments, Asian Development Bank, joining us through video conferencing all the way from Philippines to share his closing remarks with us. I'm sorry, Dr. Lenz, you are on mute. I'm so sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, was my speaker did not work. So once again, thanks for the introduction, and good afternoon to everyone, distinguished panelists, partners, guests, ladies and gentlemen. All good things must come to an end. Over 2 years ago, IIFL Home Finance Limited and ADB launched an ambitious technical assistance program. This aimed to improve the ecosystem for and access to green affordable housing for women in India. Since then, a team of specialized experts have been working relentlessly to deliver promotional activities, capacity building, research, and innovation. Let me start by voicing our sincere appreciation and send a round of applause to our colleagues from IIFL Home Finance, as well as CEPT Research and Development Foundation and the Center for Advanced Research in Building Science and Energy. Thank you all for your hard work, dedication to this important topic. The achievements of the program have been impressive, and I just want to name a few. First of all, around 30 training courses were developed and delivered to a wide audience. These ranged from the use of recycled construction materials to do-it-yourself toolkits for climate-responsive self-built housing, as well as many more. Second, the Disha community learning events benefited hundreds of women and children across India. Those events did not only teach them how to adopt sustainable living behavior, but more crucially, it enabled them to become change agents within their communities. Third, countless recommendations on how to improve and innovate green building rating programs and gender-sensitive urban design were identified. Going forward, these can enable a better environment to incentivize climate-responsive, sustainable housing projects. And last but certainly not least, this program has brought together a wide range of stakeholders from a myriad of domains, as you can see in the room just now. Designers, architects, engineers, contractors, NGOs, city development authorities, financial institutions, state and central governments. Connecting these different stakeholders has proven paramount to ignite a systemic transformation of the housing sector in India. Only together we can shift the gears towards an efficient, ecologically and economically friendly housing and urban development system. The program has also raised awareness about the critical importance of inclusion in the housing sector. Women are not only a backbone of families, but also significantly contribute to the economy, education, and crucially also to community development. When we talk about inclusive housing, we must acknowledge the role that women play in this narrative. However, to date, women in India are rarely involved in the designing, planning, or operating of the housing projects. So there is still a long way to go. We are proud to say that this program has identified specific actions to support gender mainstreaming in the housing sector. These can hopefully support a shift towards more inclusive, affordable housing in India in the future. In today's panel discussions, we witnessed the power of bringing together individuals with diverse backgrounds, experiences, and expertise. Esteemed panelists from ministries, regulators, think tanks, international organizations, DFIs, NGOs, and the private sector provided very specific guidance on a wide range of topics. I was particularly impressed by the discussions about how green building rating systems could better harvest economic benefits, how private sector engagement and innovation in the green affordable housing sector can be improved, and of course, how more and better green finance options for housing could be enabled, including through capital markets. Many interesting and thought-provoking points were made during today's event, and indeed in all previous events. I'm certain we will all leave this room or video call equipped with the ideas and knowledge on how we can personally and collectively drive access to green affordable housing in India. Today's conversations also re-emphasize that green affordable housing is not just a policy objective. It's a complex challenge that demands a comprehensive and integrated approach. It will require the combination of technological innovation, regulatory reforms, financial inclusion, and sustainability to ensure that every Indian has access to a home that is not just affordable, but also in harmony with our environment. Education, capacity building, and advocacy will be key drivers in building a sustainable future for the housing sector in India. I'm very happy to hear that Kutumb 2.0 will support this agenda going forward, even though it might be connected with a few more drops of sweat, as just mentioned. ADB is delighted that this program and today's event has been able to raise awareness and share knowledge on the benefits of green affordable housing. This shall foster a sense of responsibility among all involved stakeholders. It shall ignite further action on formulating comprehensive policies that incentivize green construction, promote research and development of sustainable technologies, and encourage public-private partnership to make eco-friendly housing accessible to all. Sir Francis Bacon once said that knowledge itself is power. This program has equipped hundreds of people with better knowledge on green affordable housing. It has empowered change agents for sustainable living behavior. Now it's up to all of us to unleash the true power of this knowledge by applying it effectively through actions. Some of these actions have already been discussed, including in today's and previous events under the program. Recommendations called for government agencies to provide a clear definition of green affordable housing to avoid greenwashing. It has called on government to provide fast-tracked approvals for green affordable housing units and ease bureaucracy. It has called to create an asset class for green affordable housing in order to improve funding options, to incentivize innovation in green technologies and innovation financing mechanisms through policies and subsidy schemes, and to improve coordination amongst involved public stakeholders to streamline responsibilities and assure efficiencies. But the program did not only call for government action. It has also noted the private sector's responsibility. As mentioned by Mr. Ratra this morning, we need implementation partners of scale. Manufacturers, developers, and construction companies must drive innovation for green technologies, materials, and building methods. Financial institutions must continue to innovate their products for affordable mortgages and green construction finance. In addition, this program identified various areas that have not received appropriate attention today, including retrofitting for existing building stock or the important self-construction sector. And maybe Kutumb 2.0 can pick up some of these topics as well. Again, only through implementing all of these actions, we can jointly create an ecosystem where affordable green housing is not just a goal, but a reality. So what's next? In the coming 25 years, we all know that India's urban areas will have to absorb another 400 million residents. This will require over 80 million additional housing units by 2050, or around 4 million housing units per year. Affordable housing will undoubtedly be the cornerstone of this urban development. It provides shelter and security to millions. However, housing alone does not define the quality of urban life. A truly thriving city is one where its residents have access to clean water, sanitation, healthcare, education, and reliable transportation. This is where integrated urban planning comes into play. Urban planning calls for collaboration between government bodies, private enterprises, and the community itself. It demands foresight in anticipating the needs of a growing population and initiative in finding sustainable solutions. By intertwining affordable housing with urban planning and the provision of basic services, we not only build houses, but we foster communities that flourish. To achieve this target, we believe that a strong collaboration between the government and the private sector is required. It is for this reason that ADB recently established a specialized affordable housing team within our urban and water sector office. Having built a new home for affordable green housing within ADB will help us deliver tailored financial and technical support to our public and private clients. A good example of this approach is ADB's recent $150 million sovereign loan to provide access to sustainable housing for the urban poor in Tamil Nadu. And my colleague mentioned this project earlier today. Through this project, ADB supports the Tamil Nadu Shelter Fund, which is a social venture fund, to pilot a public-private partnership structure for affordable housing. It will hence be implemented through a close collaboration between the private and the public sector. Closing today's event, and indeed the Technical Assistance Program, I would like to highlight how privileged ADB feels to have been part of this journey to improve the ecosystem for green affordable housing for women in India. This effort would not have been possible without the tremendous support from our partner IIFL Home Finance Limited and the generous sponsorship of our donor, the Urban Climate Change Resilience Trust Fund, with funding from the governments of the UK, Switzerland, and the Rockefeller Foundation. And of course, it would not have been possible without you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and partners from the government of India and the private sector. Thank you for your continued support, your time, and for sharing your knowledge. I started the speech by saying all good things must come to an end. Now let me rephrase a little bit and say every ending is a new beginning. As we just learned, Kutumb 2.0 is on the rise, and there's many other actions that would need to take part now after we have finished phase 1 of this important initiative. We are looking forward to continue working with all of you to pave the way for a future where every Indian has access to a home that is not just affordable, but also in harmony with our environment and part of a thriving community. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this enriching day dedicated to exploring intersections of profitability, sustainability, and affordability in the realm of green housing, let's take a moment to reflect. Our journey began with insightful discussions on the profitability and viability of green and affordable housing, delving into policy landscapes, innovative financing models, and sustainable construction techniques. On behalf of IIFL Home Finance Limited, a heartfelt thank you goes out to our esteemed speakers, panelists, participants for their invaluable contribution and active engagement. The knowledge shared today not only broadened our understanding, but also laid the foundation for actionable steps towards a greener and more affordable housing landscape. Let's carry these insights forward, inspired by the possibilities that lie ahead of us. Until we meet again, let's continue working towards a future where green and affordable housing is not just a vision, but a thriving reality. Safe journeys, and thank you for being an integral part of today's meaningful discussions. Thank you.
Support. First and foremost, it's because of IIFL Home Finance's remarkable vision and leadership, having decided as a pioneer already some years ago to show the market that it's possible to provide affordable housing in India that's also green certified. The second reason is that IIFL really stands out in